let the Jews go after 7 years and sent them home. And probably because he was tired of hearing the Passover story. It was pretty clever, really.
It's, I love the history of our culture. You know, that is a very, very deep cultural tradition. And I love hearing the history.
And all the tie-ins to Christianity are amazing.
Yeah,
You know, like
right.
the Last Supper was the Passover Seder,
Right.
which is,
Right.
I never knew what that meant.
Depending on which gospel.
Oh, really?
In John, the Gospel of John, Jesus is the Lamb.
All right.
Yeah, they take it that way. It's interesting.
We're missing Sarah tonight. Sarah's not here tonight. Sarah? He is on the phone.
All right, let's try this again. All right, City Council meeting of the City of Rollingwood, Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. Will come to order at 7:03 p.m. and we will call the roll, starting with Councilwoman Brown.
Brooke Brown?
Alec Robinson.
Kevin Glasheen.
Gavin Massengill. We have a quorum present. And with that, we will move on to public comment. Do we have any public comment? Okay. No public comment. And with that, we will move to presentations and move to agenda item number 2, presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding the proposed installation of network facilities by Google Fiber Texas LLC. And I think we have someone here to present. All right, great. If you just identify yourself and.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sasha Petrovic. I'm the general manager for Google Fiber for the Southwest region. So that covers our Texas and Colorado markets. All right. There we go. All right. I'll try and be kind of brief, so that way we can have more Q&A than me just kind of talking to you guys. Give you a little bit of information about who we are and what we do. Google Fiber is an alphabet company, essentially owned by Google, the parent company. We were started about 10 years ago, and our first market was Kansas City, Missouri, and our second market was here in the lovely Austin, Texas. This is really about, we were chartered to be different. When the founders of Google decided to launch Google Fiber, it was all about being the uncable company to a degree, focusing on customer service and servicing the U.S. in a way that's been underserved historically by the traditional ISP. So that was kind of our initial charter that brought us to where we are. So we really do feel like we're a different company than what we would call the incumbents. We are in all of these cities across the country, and we have two kind of core operating models: our Google Fiber business, which is our core business, and then we purchased a company called WebPass. That's radio technology. That's really more kind of high-rise type of work. So for the deployment we're talking within Rollingwood would be pure Google Fiber, which would be fiber optic cable. A quick zoom into 78746. So this is where I think you guys want to spend a little bit of time in terms of what's happening here. If you look at this map, you can see the blue are areas that we're currently engineering and designing. We signed Westlake Hills and the city of the county of Travis County in March. So that gave us the ability to start doing engineering and design work for those two areas. And we're actively designing the Westlake Hills city as well as the unincorporated areas in and around Westlake Hills to kind of fill in the gap. So that's all of the area in blue. The areas in green are areas that we're actually already in and we're currently servicing the Austin residents. So you can see Rollingwood is that yellow pocket that we've outlined within the map. Our goal really where we are now from an expansion perspective is really start to fill in some of the areas. We've signed Round Rock, Texas. Like I mentioned, we just signed Travis County. We signed Westlake Hills. So the goal of where we are today is really trying to kind of find the areas that that we don't have service yet within the Austin area and start filling in those blanks. We're also in discussions with about, call it 30 other jurisdictions in and around the Central Texas area, between San Antonio and Austin. So those are all active discussions that we're having as part of kind of our new fairly aggressive expansion plans. One of the big things that we've noticed, particularly in this area, I'm actually a resident of Westlake Hills, so this is pretty near and dear. It took me about 4 minutes to get here this afternoon, so it was great. There's a lot of areas here that actually don't have any competition. That was part of our initial charter as well, as there seemed to be a lack of competition and effort. So weirdly enough, we will actually be only a second provider to a number of the residents within the blue area, particularly in Westlake Hills, that only has one current provider for a big part of the city. I'm not too familiar with Rollingwood, what the competitive landscape is. I think there's some scenarios where there are multiple providers, though. All right, what we offer. So just quickly on our product offering, our standard offering is a 1 gig product. We now offer a 2 gig and a 5 gig and coming soon 8 gig. To give you a little bit of orientation, the Austin average is about 250 megs download and about 35 upload. Our standard entry-level product is 1,000 megabits download and 1,000 megabits upload. The biggest difference with us is kind of our symmetric speed. So if you ever think about when you're streaming, that's the downloading part. Where we really separate ourselves is the upload, where if you have cameras that kind of upload or you're putting stuff into the cloud, that's where our services really do kind of go above and beyond, because we're a 100% fiber optic network where it's glass from the central office all the way to your home. And then we do have some commercial products as well. This is really just to kind of say we're, have been voted the #1 ISP by PC Magazine, ACSI, and then fastest fiber internet provider in the state of Texas. All right, customers have been pretty happy with this. We'll fly by that pretty quickly. And then this is really being supported by the local team. This isn't something that's being run out of California within Mountain View. We have a team of about 110 Googlers here right next to St. Edward's University. They operate, do all of the engineering, construction, design, maintenance, everything top to bottom for this network. And like I said, I'm the general manager for the entire state of Texas as well as Colorado, and I live just down the street. A bit about the journey. The way this process works is we start with kind of an introduction like this, get to ask a couple questions. We then go through what's called a right-of-way agreement. That allows kind of a connection between the two parties to agree upon how do we work, what are the rules of engagement in terms of the partnership moving forward. Post that, we start with the optical design, engineering, we do construction. We're targeting to do most, if not all of the construction in Rollingwood to be underground. So nothing will be on aerial poles. We'll do everything to kind of avoid aerial poles. That way outages get minimized tremendously, so there's no tree branches falling on anything. And power outages usually will be the reason why somebody might not have power, but if you have backup generators, then your internet will be up and running because all of our assets are backed up and we're underground, which make them very resilient. Once we've done all the construction, and part of the construction process, lots of neighborhood outreach, notification, door hangers on individuals' houses to let them know that we are going to be here and give them a bit of a heads up. Then we go into customer fulfillment, which is essentially a resident signs up. Then that is all private property work. So that's kind of agnostic of the city in terms of we kind of take our demarcation point from the right of way, and then everything from that point on is actually within private property. And then we're here for the long term. We have a 24/7 operations that does all network maintenance operations. This is if there's an outage, if there's a relocation, if you guys are replacing curbs, if you do anything in the city that we're gonna get in the way of, we will proactively move out of the way and make sure that our operations doesn't interfere with anything that the city's doing. That one's a little bit there. And this slide here just kind of gives you a bit of an outline. On the left is our big huts. We don't actually need to put any of those in Rollingwood. We have enough within the Austin area. So we're really kind of jumping straight to the trunk routes. And this is, if you think about kind of a freeway system, we're now into the neighborhoods once you get to the distribution route. So this is a little bit of an outline in terms of how we deploy. Historically, if we're in a new city, we spend a lot more time on the hut locations and the backbone routes. But because we've built a majority of the city, our focus is really going to be around kind of the trunk and distribution routes. And one thing to note, we are actively working in Westlake Hills. So we are designing that trunk route. That's the opportunity when I spoke to Ashley about hey, we're at a point now where Rollingwood can kind of jump on pretty quickly and take advantage of some, the assets that we're going to be deploying to allow us to kind of effectively, come into the system. If we don't kind of move forward at a certain pace on this, we'll kind of pass it. And if we pass it, I'm not sure there's a way to circle back, because there's kind of that initial deployment that's really capital intense. It's heavy, lots of machines, and we have to mobilize crews. It's easier for us to do kind of the big push at once versus come back and kind of fill in a smaller pocket at the end of the day. So that's really a reason that we're kind of here today, is to just introduce the opportunity. It's something that we'd like to get started in Westlake Hills in the next couple of months with our construction. We're probably 3 months away-ish from construction, so it gives us some time, and that'll most likely be a build that's going to take through the rest of 2023 with the ideal completion in Q4 of this year. So I'll pause there. That's kind of the quick and dirty of the presentation, and just open it up for any questions. There's an FAQ article in the back, but that was more for anyone's leisure reading if they had any.
I have a question.
Great, thanks. Yes.
Are y'all paying any right-of-way franchise fees to City of Westlake Hills or Austin?
Yes, we are. Part of the right-of-way agreement outlines the payment process, which we've anchored in at 1%. So the Westlake Hills is at 1%, Travis County is at 1%.
And is that what you're proposing for us?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you have a statewide franchise, right?
We used to have one when we were operating video. So the rules are you need a statewide franchise to operate video. Internet now was in this gray zone, which is why we're here today. Historically, what we would have done is just would have been kind of an administrative effort to say, hey, we're already signed here, and you just kind of fill in a new city. But because we're no longer offering video, all of our services are pure internet. We go through the process now to establish a right-of-way with each individual city.
Okay.
And do you have a revenue estimate for Rollingwood that could project what you expect our franchise fee payment to be?
It's hard to project. Ideally, it's pretty high, because that means we have a lot of customers.
Right, of course.
Yeah, so we hope it's as high as it can be. The way you can kind of do the math, if you want to kind of pencil it in, take the number of homes that you have, then there's a projected kind of take rate in terms of how many sign up for service. Mm-hmm. Then you'll take 1% of that, and that's just a recurring fee that kind of comes in. There's also fees as well that get assessed as part of the tax process. All of our assets are taxable, so they'll get taxed as part of the Travis County process and the city process, and that's another annual piece that comes into play as well. So we do pay taxes for all of our assets. Similar, you could almost think of us as building a warehouse or a building that's a commercial building. They would pay commercial taxes, except ours is a skinny fiber optic cable that's in front of houses.
Okay. Thank you.
Council? Ms. Brown?
I'd like to ask on your trunk routes and distribution routes, Rollingwood, a lot of our public utility easements, the ground there is a drainage area, or lots of hard rock surfaces. How do you intend to do horizontal or underground in this kind of territory?
So most of our deployment will be right where there's the curb. That's a concrete curb, and then there's an asphalt street. We actually cut right in that seam.
There's no public utility easement there currently.
But that would be considered the right of way.
Well, it may or may not be,
Okay.
depending on where the curb is.
Okay.
So how you would be coming through front yards then?
Correct. Yes, all of ours is the front entrance.
Okay, and then where do you take so there would be, to go down the street, you'd go through the front yards. Where would you put the cable to get from the curb to the house?
So we would cut on that parallel line, right where the curb and the street are adjoining, and then we would tunnel underneath the curb itself, and then place our box right on the other side within the right of way, and that would be where we terminate the build.
So would there be a box for every house?
There'd be a box for every other house.
Every other house?
Yes.
And then from the box to the house, what would you do?
That all goes underground. So you would have it looks like a little sprinkler head box where the fiber optic cable will sit, and then we would tie into that, and we bury that underground all the way to the side of the house. So it basically is invisible until it gets to the side of the home, where then it follows the side of the house, similar to what you would see on a gas line to a degree.
Okay, and where, would you come into the house at the same place where the service box is for telephone or cable or electric? Is that, would you come to that same spot, or would it be somewhere else?
More often than not, we do come on the power side, but there are situations where we're on the non-power side as well.
On the,
On the non-power side. So the power side would be what you're mentioning, where there's the utilities,
yes.
the electrical, the gas, the water connects. We do come on that side more often than not, but there are situations where we would be on the non-power side as well.
Okay, and then I guess you'd need an agreement with each resident for the, where your fiber comes from the curb to the, to wherever the box attachment
That's
is,
correct.
house attachment is.
That's correct. Yeah, every resident would have to sign up on their own, and there'd be a professional installation that takes place for each and every home.
Okay. And then what kind of take rate would, do you do that by block or by series of blocks before you would build to that street?
Our goal would be to build the whole city.
I know the goal, but what would, ultimately, what makes a yes or no determination for any one individual resident?
Oh, just like they would sign up for any service. Like just how you would sign up for
So if
cell phone service or internet service, you would say, hey, I want to break up with whoever the current incumbent is. And people get actually pretty excited about that, weirdly enough. They look forward to it. And then they call us, and then we have a date where we install them, and then that's all. That's it.
Okay, so if, let's say, no one else on my block wants Google Fiber, would you build to that block?
Yes, we would.
If there's only one customer?
We would.
Okay, so you would build, your commitment is to build to any home in Rolling Wood if we sign this agreement?
We do the build it and they will come model. So we will build to every residential home, and then we open up for sign-in.
Okay.
So there is an opportunity that we would build this and we wouldn't have a single customer. There is an opportunity that we would build this and we would have every customer. It usually lands somewhere in between.
And what about for the business district?
We have a business product as well, so they would have the ability to sign up for our services. Correct.
All right.
Okay, I'll get way over my skis. As my colleagues know, I'm, especially staff, IT is not my strong suit, but I would assume that this would, if you bring fiber into your home and you have cell service, you can toggle your smartphone to
Wi-Fi calling.
Wi-Fi calling.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You were
yeah.
helping me in what I was trying to.
I was already
I know that
warned.
my wife does
Yeah,
that when we
yeah.
go on vacation. I don't know how to do it.
I have several very good friends that live in Rollingwood, and I've heard about the cell phone issues.
And so this
that
could potentially help solve some of those,
Correct.
at least when you're at your home.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Is
And
there-
and we
is
we
there a
deploy a mesh system in the house, so the coverage is pretty strong across the home. So that's been a plus that people have enjoyed as well. Yes.
Thank you for helping me through that question.
And again, all of this, our assets are underground as well. So just something to be aware of, and they're all also generated backup. So all of our kind of central offices are on backup generation. So during the big ice storm in February, our network was still up and running. And if you didn't have service, it's because your home didn't have power, not because we weren't able to service our internet product.
One other question that raises, are the boxes in the front yards, are they powered, or are they just a house where the cable comes through?
No,
Or
it's,
housing where the cable comes through?
there's no power. It's completely passive. Yes.
And
So if your
then-
dog bites it, it won't
Right.
get shocked or anything like that, or your kid.
Good.
Mhm.
And where would you get your power, where would your power be? Is that at the hut?
At the home.
At-
Yeah.
So what is so the resident furnishes,
Think of it this way. Fiber optic cable is this very thin, like your hair piece of glass. It shoots a laser beam through it that can go pretty fast, and it's kind of unobstructed by caps. That's why we can offer the speeds that we can. It then has to terminate into the home, where there is a transition box that takes that fiber optic cable and flips it into the system that you can plug into your normal landlines. So the network is fully passive. So our lasers are always working and shooting lasers through light beams through the fiber optic, but then it's on the home side
within the
that you have
house?
to have power to essentially decode it, and then it turns into the Wi-Fi that you're used to having. And if you have traditional cable, like DSL, there isn't that conversion point. It's usually like a copper cable that comes in and it goes right into a similar kind of piece. But with fiber optic, there's a separate little box that has to decode the signal. And that goes on
And
the
that's
inside
on
of the
the
house.
inside of the house.
Yes,
So there's a
that's
box
on the
on the
inside of the
outside
house.
and there's a box on the
Yeah,
inside.
there's a box on the outside that terminates with a coil, and then we'll run everything through just like you would have in your current situation, and there'd be a box inside that is powered.
And this may be more of an operational question. I don't know if you know, but when you're burying the lines throughout the city, is that typically a boring, like a boring system, or do you actually dig the hole?
We do both, but primarily we do a saw cut. So we'll cut less than an inch wide and about 12 inches deep. You can kind of, it's literally this big, and then we place our fiber optic cable in there. That's why we're able to do it so quickly, and we're in and out in these streets within a matter of days. And we don't have those big bores. If you've ever seen those bores, which is why we are who we are, like we didn't want to be those companies that had a bore rig in a neighborhood for 3 weeks, punching through rock. So the ability for us to execute is really sawing between this, the street and the curb adjacent area, and then we're able to do that pretty quickly. One other quick note: there's no cost to the city on this, by the way. Like this is an investment that we fully pay for across the board. There's no subsidies that are asked on our end, so we fully fund all of our deployments. We fund all of our engineering work, all of our maintenance. If there is a relocation program where you guys are replacing curbs, that's on our dime. We will then replace and move our cable out of the way to not be in conflict. The only time that we do kind of have charges if it's a private investment. So if somebody on a private side is doing something that isn't related to the city and they want to, widen their driveway or something, or do something that's on the private side, then we would work with them to kind of make sure that the cost is appropriately shared. But from a city perspective, there is no cost.
Question, so you don't need a hut location here, and where's the hut location for Westlake Hills? Are you doing one there?
No, we don't have one there.
Okay.
So our average set, it's called a segment, which is kind of a building design block. You call it a permit pack, is about 800 to 1,000 homes. So Westlake Hills and Rollingwood are going to piggyback off of existing assets. So it's a really clean, uninterrupted build here, because we already have these huge assets around. You're kind of tying into it and essentially just kind of like building on a giant machine that's already been in place for about 10 years here, which makes it very, I would say, convenient from a build and a speed process. Normally that process takes 9 to 12 months to put in a big central office location,
Okay.
but we already have those.
One more. Do you have a picture of the box that would go in the front yards?
I do. I can share that. Think of, do you have a sprinkler system in your?
Yes.
It's just like that. It's like a box that's about yay big. I think it's like 8 by 12. It's a small box that's flush to the ground, and it's got a plastic lid.
Okay.
They're called lightweight. Yeah.
So
Irrigation system is.
No, this is the small one, not that big one. Yeah,
Okay.
it's about this big
Okay.
that you and your neighbor share.
yeah, that's another question on that point. Is this, you put those in at the time you also lay the fiber, so you have to go to every house or every other house and put the box in the front yard at the
Correct.
time? Okay.
Correct. Yes.
It's not like after you get someone signed up, then you come in and do that. That
No.
has to happen part, okay.
Yeah, we do it as part of it. That way, when somebody signs up, they can get service in a matter of days.
Okay.
If we do it the opposite, it would be probably a matter of months by the time you have to mobilize and do all that work.
So why is the box shared between houses? Like, does the signal come back out to the street? and then
It's
back,
just
or-
to minimize
or
the
do you run-
footprint. Yeah, I mean,
or- I'm just saying, like, to get to that other house, then if I have one in my yard and my neighbor also wants
Yeah.
it, does it run from that box, like, across the front yard? Back?
normally we tee off. So imagine the box is at the front of the curb. You go straight, and then
Okay.
we'll take a right to go to one house, and then we'll take a left to go to the other. That way, it's
Yeah.
just minimally disruptive.
Right.
So if you have, I think there's 580 homes, 600, less than 600 homes in Rollingwood, instead of having 600 boxes, and because people don't like that stuff, so we try to find a way to minimize it. So we can cut that in half by being a little bit scrappy, which people usually appreciate.
Mhm.
We used to put one in everyone's box, in everyone's yard. People weren't that excited about them, so we were able to cut it in half.
Yeah.
Okay. One more
You
question.
ask as many as you'd like.
If
I don't have a
it's-
long way to go home, so this is
My,
easy for
my
me.
house, there's the front yard, and then the service is at the back of the house. And between the front of the house and the back of the house, it's rock. It is solid rock on a slope like this. There's a retaining wall between that rock and the house. So how would you engineer that for the service line?
It's a very good question. We've built we don't disclose our numbers directly because we're the way how we're structured within Google. We've done a couple of 100,000 homes in Austin and San Antonio where there's lots and lots of rock. So I can almost guarantee that the crews that are coming out there have seen everything at least 3 or 4 times in terms of how they work around it. So one of the benefits that we're coming now is you're getting a very experienced crew set. Like the crew that will be potentially coming here is, I would argue, the most experienced crew in the work that we're doing in the entire country. We've done 30 million feet of this deployment. I believe Rolling Wood will be in, I'll tell you how many feet. So we've probably done about 30 million feet. Here, it'll be in the space of, I'm just some quick math, times, this will be about 35,000 feet.
So how would you do it
In
physically?
in your situation?
Uh-huh.
I'd have to see it, to be honest. Like our technicians would find a way to either chip away or find a running line or
Find a running
like
line.
a running line like next to the house, on the side of the house, or on the or a roof eave. But they would find a way to kind of navigate, and they'd work with the homeowner to make sure that whatever was deployed was to the satisfaction.
One more question. How far back in the yard does the box go in the front yard?
The front yard box, it's
Yeah.
right past the curb.
Okay,
So
it's right on
call
the
it
curb.
less than 2 feet ish.
Mhm.
Yeah. And if there's a sidewalk, which there's no sidewalks here, I believe.
Some places have them.
Yeah,
Some
Yeah. So historically, if there are, when there are sidewalks, we're either right in front of the sidewalk if there's a green space. If there's not, we're right behind the sidewalk. And then in some situations, we're in the sidewalk depending on where the right of way is. But all of that is worked out through permitting. So when we the right of way agreement just outlines the rules of engagement. It doesn't give us any right to actually do any work. Once that's potentially signed, then we submit permits. Well, you'll see the location of every box across every home on how it's actually looked through. And then those are detailed construction drawings and we'll probably submit one big permit to reduce the administrative burden for both sides. But there will be a detailed review in terms of what we're actually going to be doing before we do it.
Great. Council, any other questions? And I'll
Oh,
connect a couple of dots
one
for you.
more. Give us a couple of neighborhoods in Austin where you're deployed currently, so if someone wants to go see what this looks like.
You can go right across Bee Cave actually, and see the areas. So we're legitimately,
BK's Woods?
yeah, like
Okay.
right. Anything in green is up for grabs.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll
Great.
probably be harder not to find us than it will be to find us because we're pretty everywhere. Everywhere in blue is part of our design. So Westlake Hills is part of that, but like I said, to mobilize takes a lot of work, and so we're also filing permits with Travis County to fill in a lot of the pockets around in and around Westlake Hills. So the goal is to try and blanket the area. We're not in Terrytown yet. You can see Terrytown is still not shaded any color, so that will be coming.
Why is that?
Just the nature. Austin's a big city. We've been doing this for 8 years, and we're still not done. So it's a lot of work, and our crews are working at full speed, and there's just a process that we go through. Yeah, but Terrytown will be on the list. We'll be having the same conversation with their association.
Well, I love a field trip. So what does this box look like if I'm going to go across to the green area and look at one?
You probably won't be able to identify because you won't be able to tell the difference between like a landscape box or a lighting box or our box. So it's pretty indiscreet. If you look at any front yard, they have boxes that run irrigation. They have boxes that do front yard landscaping. They all have to tie in. So ours are, they kind of camouflage between that. I'm happy to I can bring a sample here if that helps and drop that off. You guys can put your hands on it. It's pretty.
It's green, it's black, it's white.
green.
Okay.
Yeah, it's green.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions, council? All right, well, just to kind of fill in the blanks on this agenda item, this is new to us in within the last 30 days. We just got sort of a call out of the blue, and thank you for doing that. So we really just wanted to put it on the agenda for you all to consider. I would accept, so here's, I think, where we are, and you correct me if we're wrong, if I'm wrong. You're not under a huge time constraint on getting the paperwork signed and that sort of thing, but you do sort of need a clarity on whether we're interested in moving forward so that we can start negotiating and doing that sort of thing, right?
Yes, moving a little bit faster on the paperwork gives us confidence to start the engineering work.
Engineering
But yeah,
and process and that sort of
in the spirit of your question, the answer is yes.
And so that, for that reason, council, knowing that, wanted to bring it to you, would love to accept a motion, just generally up or down, yes, move forward, no, don't. If the answer is yes, then we'll bring you back something more formal for your consideration, have a little bit more meat to the bone, and then we can move forward from there. So nothing definitive tonight, just sort of a general, yes, pursue this further, or no, don't worry about it, so that we know what we need to try to do before the next council meeting.
Well, I know we had some cursory discussions about this in the Utility Commission, and I know in general, from hearing various residents, there seems to be a high desire to have this, so I can't imagine there'll be any grand objections, but, you know, I would like to discuss it with the Utility Commission since
Sure.
it's in there 4A, but other than that, I don't see any encumbrances.
That's my general sense and what I thought y'all's general sense would be, but I didn't want to assume anything, so.
Yeah, I would support moving forward.
Yeah.
The discussion. Alex?
Support, I mean, I like the idea, I like bringing more competition in. That's a good thing. I just like to see the box, see what it looks like. That's where I am, but yeah.
You know, I would like some kind of notice to the public to get their input back on this. I mean, it does require use of public, you know, a resident's property and some disruption and whatever, whether you take the service or not. So I think we do want to get some sense of what the community, how the community would like to go forward.
If we did something, I think that's a good idea. Would something in the water bill work for you?
We have a lot of people that don't actually get a water bill.
Fair enough.
I think we should.
Postcard, or
Well, let's
we can talk about it.
talk about that.
Okay. Sounds good. I don't really have to have a motion, but if you want to do it.
Make a motion that we give a positive indication that we are interested in moving forward with Google Fiber for Rollingwood.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Councilman Glasheen and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion?
Will I get a chance to see the box before?
You will
Uh,
definitely,
I
you can
would-
go with me
It is-
too, because I'm planning on,
I texted you a picture. So.
planning on
There you go.
searching one out, so, yes, ma'am.
I've seen them at friends' houses. And
I would like to
I'm envious.
get the community's input on this
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do
Yeah.
that, for sure.
before we do anything binding.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah. All right, with all those thoughts in mind,
There you go. Very close.
all right. All those in favor say aye.
What is the motion again?
The motion is just to bring you back something to see if we're gonna do this or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring back to the council.
Back to the
Okay.
council, yes.
Great.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, and we'll see you next, we'll be in touch, and bring a box.
I'll bring some show and tell.
And if you would visit with Ms. Wayman between now and then, and we'll figure out what you need this council to consider, and then we'll get with Councilwoman Brown and figure out how to publicize it as well.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
And we might get $100 a month from y'all.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the franchise fee.
Yeah, but we'll lose 100 from the other guys that they take the competition from. So, So we'll make it.
No, they still
Okay.
pay. They still
Okay, with that, we will move off of agenda item number 2 on to agenda item number 3, presentation and discussion
Oh, yeah.
of Refraction AI regarding a request for a pilot program for semi-autonomous vehicles for residential deliveries. And I believe we have Mr. Schneider?
Yep.
All right. If you will identify yourself for the record.
Hi, everybody. I'm Luke Schneider, and I am the CEO of a company called Refraction AI. And joining me today is Chris Brown. He's also from Refraction AI. I'm a Rollingwood resident, and I've been here for about 10 years now. I just live on Timberline and Inwood. And, well, this is my 8th startup company, and I guess it's Technology Wednesday. So this is going to be a little bit different than a Google Fiber discussion, but this is about an idea and the potential to run a pilot that we think represents the future of communities and last mile delivery, as we call it. So if I press the right button? Oh, great. Okay. So what you're looking at here, just to start us off, is actually what's called a Ref1. It's a first generation last mile delivery robot. And what it does is deliver food, groceries, and retail items. Typically that's a 1 to 3 mile radius. It can go up to 5 miles. And we started this company about 2017. There we go. And as I said, it's robot as a service last mile delivery. We've done thousands, tens of thousands of deliveries now. We've actually been growing quite profitably. We've seen a lot of really good things happen. And you can see some shots. Austin is really the first place we commercially deployed. We started in Ann Arbor in Michigan. The company was founded by a couple of PhD roboticists who got kind of fed up with the autonomous car world and thought we can do something much better, much sooner for a lot less money. And so they got into this business. Our biggest customer is Chick-fil-A, and we'll talk about them in just a minute.
Well, you should have led with that.
So very lead, didn't I? So essentially, the folks that we present a solution to or an alternative to are last mile delivery companies that we all use all the time. These are the third party applications like DoorDash and Uber Eats and Grubhub and the like. We know them and we love them, but they are pretty inefficient and they're pretty expensive. What we offer is essentially the same service at 75% lower cost, 80% less energy per delivery, and 90% less carbon per delivery. All that carbon is generated at the generation of electricity, which powers the robots, so it's not like they have tailpipes or something. But what we found is that it is a pretty effective alternative, and that customers in general really like it. Got a video to show you here, and to start this one, I'm supposed to click this. Do I just click with this? Yeah, that's fine. I don't. Okay. The music's a little obnoxious. It's not great. Oh, there we go. Sometimes it's just easier to see it.
This is how we do automation. We say,
Okay, got
Mickey.
it. So if I got the mouse here and I'm moving my
Roaming around the neighborhood.
just click it.
Your mouse is on the right.
Yep.
The
I'm
arrow is on the right.
trying to see where the arrow is.
Hold on.
Are you sure you're ready for Rollingwood?
If only we had Google Fiber. This would all
As
be
I
working.
move my finger, I keep getting this X. Oh, wait, there we go. There we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So like I said, there we go.
There we go.
So this is kind of what it looks like. Robots are about 3 feet wide, they're about 4 feet tall, and about 4.5 feet long. They are autonomous in the sense that they have a sensor stack that is looking around and seeing what's around them. And they can drive mostly autonomously, especially in areas like Rollingwood. So you can see here a couple of different applications. There's a restaurant, there's a Chick-fil-A that you just saw on the far right there. This is actually a delivery from the Randalls, just up the street here in Westlake. earlier this year. We have an intelligent routing system that pilots and plots a route, which the robot then follows. It rides in the margin of the road, so in a bike lane if there is one. Usually we just ride on the shoulder because we are literally built on the frame of a recumbent bicycle, and it's essentially the size of a bicycle with a rider on it. We're described by many people as just an extremely polite bicyclist. We yield the right of way to everybody and everything. We can recognize stop signs. We can operate in traffic. And like I said, we have the range, the capacity, and the cost to do maybe 60 to 80% of last mile deliveries that you would find for a restaurant or a grocery store or a retailer. So sometimes it just helps to see it and understand, how it all works.
I see them downtown all the time.
Yeah, so if you've
Mhm.
if you've been downtown, you've probably seen them. The Chick-fil-A that's located at 6th and Congress is one of our busiest locations. There's one which is actually busier up by West Campus off of MLK in Guadalupe. And then we're also over at Ben White and 35 on one that's a little bit more of a high traffic, busier traffic area.
And I assume you work out your, well, I'm sorry, go ahead. Are you done, or are we talking?
There's a couple more things.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
happy to answer questions. 'Cause
Sorry.
There's always many questions.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did not mean to break the smart board.
It's okay.
And y'all are here. Okay, so let me just fast forward here because we're almost done. Here's our video. Okay. Just, you might ask yourself, what's in it for the merchants or the operators, as we call them? Really, the robots, the way we bring them to market is it's kind of like a dedicated delivery fleet for a restaurant. A Chick-fil-A restaurant, for example, will use a fleet of 3 of them throughout the month or the week, to do their deliveries. We integrate with the operations of our merchants. So, a grocery store, for example, can operate this almost like a curbside pickup. It's just that it's picked up by a robot, not by a person in a car. The range, as I said, anywhere up to 5 miles. Typically, we're somewhere between 1 and 3 miles. And for a lot of merchants, it's a way to express their brand. Chick-fil-A likes to wrap them and put their name on the side of them. We're working with them on actually ordering from the robot with QR code. And they kind of can deliver anywhere. They're not restricted to specific addresses or doorways. We had 5 deliveries to the concierge stand at the JW Marriott last week. So it's sort of one of those things where it changes people's concept of delivery. For consumers, which is really one of the big reasons why we're here, it makes it much simpler. You place your order for whatever it is you're buying through a supported channel. That could be a restaurant's app or a grocery store's app or a website. The consumer just then gets a text to let them know, hey, your order's on its way, or it's been loaded, or it's here and ready to be retrieved. You get an access code because the compartment is secured, which then you punch in, and then you pull out your payload. So what we find is it's pretty simple and it's pretty easy, and it has a lot of benefits beyond just making us all more delivery oriented. I won't spend a whole lot of time on the technology platform. Suffice it to say that we have a very talented team of autonomy engineers that work on the systems that allow the robot to drive itself, also the routes to optimize it and make it most efficient, as well as the back end, which connects into restaurants or grocery stores or the like. The robots are teleoperated, so when the robot can't drive itself, we have people, you can see them in a picture here, who literally drive the robots remotely. We've been doing this for about 4 years now in multiple states and multiple cities with multiple customers, and it's been extremely effective. We are on our 3rd generation of robot, so you can see the first one up there in the back, and then the second one in the middle. The 3rd generation hasn't hit the roads yet, but it will soon. I like to think we've upgraded because we've gone from 3 wheels to 4 wheels. That just makes them a little bit more stable, better able to climb hills, which is one of the reasons why we now are brave enough to talk to robots. And then the last piece is, of course, we offer field operations, which is support for merchants. And, you know, sometimes we help them load stuff, sometimes we act as robot ambassadors for their customers who don't understand how do you interact with a robot. And we have just petabytes of data of people trying to, and learning how to work with robots, you know, how to interpret text and how to open a robot.
That's
Like, takes a little bit of support, we know. Just as an example of how fast something like this can grow, this is the Austin Chick-fil-A restaurants. We started with a single one about a year ago. Took us about 126 days to get to 1,000 deliveries. Took about another 122 days to get to 5,000 deliveries, and we're well over 15,000 deliveries now. And as each time we add a restaurant, you can see that number start to climb. So at this point we did 10,500, now we've done about 15,000. It takes about 19 minutes for a delivery, so consumers get pretty good service. That includes the cook time or the food prep time. Net Promoter Score, you know what that is. The average Chick-fil-A restaurant has a Net Promoter Score of about 60. The average fast food restaurant has a Net Promoter Score of about 26. We've been at 88 now for almost a year and a half. So we're pretty convinced that people like robot delivery. They like the speed of it, the freshness of it, the contactlessness of it, and a whole bunch of other things. 1,500 repeat orders just in those Austin restaurants sort of indicates that, yeah, it's a good thing. If you know Councilwoman Mackenzie Kelly downtown, she's a good 3 times a month Chick-fil-A by robot diner. So what we're here talking about is really what we're trying to do is just socialize the idea, okay? We don't have this fully dialed in and baked in. We're not going to be cutting in front of people's lawns or anything and putting boxes in, not yet. What we would like to do, however, because we're nearing this point, is discuss with Rollingwood, you know, a willingness to have a pilot in our neighborhood. Something like this, a limited pilot, 90 to 120 days, to assess how well this works and how well people like it and what the community thinks about it. We would focus on grocery. Specifically, we've done grocery deliveries for that Randall's up off of Bee Cave Road. And it is a kind of a nice setup with its proximity, et cetera. And I know that's not Rollingwood property, but we're working on that part too. There are also retail centers along Bee Cave Road, which Ashley and Desiree pointed out to us, you know, could look at something like this as an amenity, you know, or the city could look at it as something where, hey, you know, this is what something that makes this space more valuable is that, you know, there is robot or autonomous delivery into the adjoining neighborhood. This would just be for Rollingwood, so we're not going to try to spread this far and wide. We really need to kind of focus the pilot and see how well it works. And, you know, it's not expensive in the sense of, hey, there's going to be 1,000 robots here and it's going to look like a Terminator movie. It's 2 to 3 robots. They would operate somewhere around 12 to 16 hours a day. It generally corresponds with meal times or when people like to have groceries delivered. And this is something that we would promote. We would be, you know, the folks that, you know, bring the idea to people that would create any kind of content or material to promote it. And really we would measure it and kind of be thrilled if we could come back to the city council and discuss it. As I said, there's just a lot of benefits to it that you don't really realize until you start. One of them is things like retiring in place. And I think that that's one of the reasons why we thought this would be an interesting place to begin, is that, you know, people who are from a place make our communities richer. And as we get older, it becomes more and more difficult to, you know, to get to the grocery store, to get to a place or a restaurant. And so to have a service or an amenity like this, which you can call pretty much at will. Robots don't get tired. They don't have to go to the bathroom. They never complain. And, you know, this is something where we could make the community more accessible, make it, you know, a more attractive place to live. And ultimately, you know, if things work the way they seem to be working, a place that enhances the value of Rollingwood as a community. So there is a lot of work to be done yet to pull all of this together. But in the conversations we've had with merchants, as well as our own engineers, it sort of surfaced that this might be an ideal place to try something like this, given our road structure and the nice wide bike lanes that we have now. Thank you, Rollingwood City Council, for giving us those. And, you know, an ability to kind of almost seamlessly integrate something like this into the landscape. So now I'll pause there and just see if there's anything else, you know, because usually there's many questions.
So is part of the appeal the hills, so you can test your next generation? Our terrain is part of the,
Yeah, so there's a few things that this would really do for us. One, it would allow us to test what we call the mechanics of delivery, which is, how well we can coordinate demand for things like groceries and food, but also how well we can navigate hills and, kind of more of a suburban environment where things are more spread out.
Yeah.
When we deliver downtown, the average delivery is about 3/4 of a mile, and, and it's in a grid.
yeah, makes sense.
Are there
Counsel? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Are there any noises associated with this vehicle?
It's super quiet. In fact, it's not like it's so quiet that it sneaks up on you like some sort of stealth ninja. It's actually, you can hear it because you can hear the wheels roll, but it doesn't make any noise, like a combustion engine or something.
Does it ding when it gets to the resident's home or anything? Does it make a noise when it's, to announce itself when it's at a destination?
It sends a text message
It's in
today.
text.
Yeah, and if we integrate
So it
with,
just stops in front of the house?
yeah, and if we integrate with the merchant's, their smartphone app, right, we
They
can
see.
even produce a message through there.
We're typically anti-beeping, so no beeping, right? When it backs up.
Yeah, it does not beep when it backs up.
Okay, good.
But it has full visibility when it backs up. That's one of the things. It has 360-degree cameras.
What kind of accident history do you have?
We have a very limited accident history. So the view of our founders, I should say, and they instilled this within the company and within our concept of design, is that we solve for safety first and we solve for efficiency second. So we have had, I can count on one hand the number of physical accidents we have had with robots. We have never been found at fault in any of those. Those have been folks trying to get through a turn, yeah, and whatever else. And the benefit here, though, is you may have seen sidewalk robots. There was a company here called Coco for a while that had small pink robots that go on the sidewalk. And that is also our philosophy, is that robots don't belong on sidewalks. Sidewalks are for people. And what happens is when small robots like that leave the sidewalk and go onto the road, then they become a hazard. They're easy to hit. You can't see them, even if you put a flag up. These are robots that are about the size of a bicyclist. And so we sort of fit in this Goldilocks zone. We're not a sidewalk robot. We're not a road-going autonomous car, right? We are sort of a margin of the road autonomous bike.
And do you operate mainly during daylight hours?
We do, but
Okay.
the robots are equipped with infrared and ultrasonic and radar as well as LiDAR, which helps them operate at night if they have to. We have typically operated 12 hours a day from 8 in the morning till 8 at night. Chick-fil-A is pushing us very hard because they really like the long tail of dinner that goes till midnight, especially around West Campus.
And what kind of lighting does the robot have so it can be seen after dark?
Yeah, so it has lights. It has running lights on the sides, right? And it also has headlamps. Those headlamps are low and they point mostly down because if you dump a bunch of visible light on people, that's really irritating and annoying. You want them to be able to see it and see its profile, but you don't want them to be blinded by it, especially if they're walking or driving. I should add that we are regulated as what's called a PDD, a personal delivery device. Essentially, that's the same as an e-bike. If you've ridden an electric bike, and if you live in Rollingwood, you see them several times a day. That's essentially the same regulatory framework under which we're regulated. When it comes to bike lanes, Austin has been a really great partner. Two folks, Jacob Culbertson in the Department of Transportation and Jason John Michael. There's three first names, so I always got to get them in the right order. The two of them have helped to really engage us, and now we're going to be helping them craft the first regulation for the city about how autonomous or unmanned delivery can work.
So you mentioned our quote-unquote bike lanes. Technically, they're not bike lanes. But we do treat them as such. How does the robot interact with traffic if they're in, let's call it a bike lane, but there's a vehicle parked in that area, but there's traffic behind them? How does that what happens?
Yeah, that was a pretty early use case that we had to solve for with the autonomy. So if I kind of simplify it, the way an AI works in autonomous driving is see, think, act. So the robot, if it approaches something that it is immobile, that's in its path, the first thing it does, right, is it slows, right? It puts up the virtual representation is a fence. And it's using cameras constantly. So it's not like it just suddenly starts looking around it. It's constantly looking everywhere, right? And so it's predicting the trajectory of objects in the road. A lot of times people will come off sidewalks on bikes and cut in front of the robot. It's watching those. And essentially what it does is if there's the ability to go around that, it's looking for a way to go around it. So if it can find a way to go around it, whether that means slowing until traffic passes, or if there's nothing coming, then going out and around it, what we do very well is sense curbs. So our domain, as we call it, is roadside. And one of the things you have to do very well is understand curbs and where driveways are and other things, which are risk factors, and those slow the robot down because things could be coming in and out of them. But the robot essentially makes that decision on its own. If the robot can't make that decision, we started operating in Michigan, and there's potholes that will swallow your car there. It stops, and it waits, and it lights up a teleoperator. A teleoperator then can look around. It can look and see what it's trying to get around, and then it can either reverse and go around it. It can go forward and around it, or it can figure out some other way to get around the armchair that was left in the side of the road. So there's a lot of different ways, and the algorithms that we put in the robots are trained to recognize objects and to understand maneuvers that get around them safely.
Thank you.
That's just a nutshell course, really.
Sure.
Our founders would just totally not let me say that in public.
Council, any other questions?
I did have a conspicuity question. Do these have some kind of like a flag on them? I just could see them being hard to see.
Yeah, they don't have a flag. We've put flags on them. We've actually put screens on them because some people like to advertise for ACL Fest. We put those on them. So it's possible to mount things on them, but it's about that high,
Okay.
right? And it has lights on it all
Sure.
around, including a tail lamp and headlamps and those types of things. But anything is really possible to make them
Sure.
even more visible.
Well, congratulations on your business. It sounds like it's going very well. It's very interesting, very innovative. It's great that you live here in Rollingwood.
I do have another, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman. Are you,
That was it. Just wanted to tell you
Anyone
where to go.
else?
Can you see the thing? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question.
anybody else? And this might be probably not for during a pilot program, but if it became a long-term solution for the neighborhood. So, we try to, and some of our residents do a great job actually of interacting with our older residents and some of our homebound residents or folks who don't get out a lot. I could see an opportunity here. Have you had any experience, or have you done any public-private partnerships where you try to interface with community groups and that sort of thing to help with grocery delivery and that sort of thing for some of our residents who might need that assistance?
Yeah, I can't point to one in particular, but I can point to a history. So the third startup company I ever did was called FlexCar, and it was a car sharing company based in Seattle. And we actually began it as a partnership with King County in the King County Metro group. And what I learned from that, there's a lot of different ways to enter new markets, especially with startup companies. One of them is the way the scooter companies did it, or Uber did it, which is just to show up and then beg forgiveness and kind of cause some disruption. What we learned at FlexCar was that if we went into a community first and we talked to them about why we wanted to do what we were doing, the benefits to the community, that generally speaking it worked better with fewer disruptions. It took a little bit of time at the beginning, but that's what we did with Austin. When it comes to grocery delivery and specifically that application, I will admit that my neighbor is Mavis Getzman, who many of you probably know. She's just a treasure, and she's game for anything. And so we actually did a delivery for her from Randall's just to see how it would work. You may have seen her in the video. And you know, I think, well, she's thrilled, you know, I think with the whole idea. But I think that's the kind of thing that we really would love to try to figure out how to do more of. Whether it's in Rollingwood or just in the city at large, making it more accessible, making it more livable. I think that that's sort of the way we think about it. You just got lower emissions, lower energy consumption, more polite. You know, there's nobody, you know, stomping on the accelerator trying to get to their 30-minute window for Domino's, you know, in going down Rollingwood Avenue. They're just incapable of doing that. So.
And along those lines, can one user of the platform order something for delivery for someone else, or does it have to be that individual?
Well, we
Did
have.
you order it for Mavis?
No, we have Mavis do the order.
Okay.
So the idea is that, the way the business model works is that it's really something that the merchants subscribe to. So they're
I
essentially
see.
paying for it.
Okay.
Now, they might charge something back to the consumer and say, you know, hey, it's a 99-cent delivery, or hey, it's a $3 delivery, kind of like DoorDash would do, right? But the consumer is really, the merchants are really the ones that determine how the economics work. We just help them make it less expensive.
Got it. Okay.
So I'm assuming I saw these going by the park before, and there was a guy on a scooter during the pilot program. Are you going to have somebody babysitting them basically the whole time, the way that was being done?
Yes, Phil, that's known as a robot service operator.
Okay.
And they are, yes, they have two purposes, really. One is we employ them in our product development organization because we're always watching to try to understand how robots perform in the wild, how people interact with them, et cetera. But the other piece of that is occasionally people don't really understand what to do, or they don't know what to check. It's a new paradigm for delivery. And so they act as those ambassadors to kind of, you know, they're sort of trying to stand off in the distance, but they're wearing a bright yellow vest. So somebody says, what do I do now? And they help them. So yes, my guess is we would start with that for sure. But then what happens is over time, we wean those folks off of it because they're just not cost effective in the long run. And here we would probably do the same thing.
One question, if this is successful, like, what's the, like, we could have the streets like overrun by these, right? Like, that's when, like, if you look at all the scooters downtown, like a couple years ago, I mean, everywhere, like, they all rushed in, all these different brands, they were all over the place.
Right.
What is this gonna take over the city? If it's successful?
It just feels like a Terminator movie to me again, right? I don't think it's going to become sentient. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. However, when you think about the future of last mile delivery, and I'll just give you a couple of statistics to help you get your head around this. Last year, the restaurant and the grocery industry did $1.5 trillion of business in this country, and about 7% of it was delivered, and none of that's with robots. I mean, the robots are a tiny percentage. That was with people from DoorDash and Uber Eats and the like. We think that number would be higher, and so does everybody, if it wasn't so expensive. So the whole point behind this is to reduce the cost per mile for delivery and release pent-up demand. Well, if you think about a 30% instead of 7%, right, just for that industry, that 30% is essentially deliveries done by bicycle, you know, on the margin or the shoulder of the road, as opposed to cars. Like, I don't know, I was driving down South Congress today, and there was an SUV coming out of Sweetgreen, you know, guy bringing in a delivery out of Sweetgreen, and a 5,000-pound SUV, right? So the trade-off is vehicles on the road, and you know, people in cars for electric, smaller, cleaner robots doing the same delivery. So I don't think it's going to look like that. I don't think it's going to look like, you know, I don't know, some weird dystopian future. But I think that if this works well, we have, a larger number. And Jason John Michael of the city will tell you that between scooters, you know, and scooters have litter, which we don't have. I want to make sure I get this right. The bike lane traffic increased by about 60% with the arrival of scooters. And so the bike advocates are always the first ones that get angry when somebody comes in like that. And then they realize, well, wait a minute, that actually will help us get more bike lanes put in. And so the city's goal and I'm not saying that's Rollingwood's goal, is to devote more real estate on roads to bikes or, you know, non-car kind of transportation. So for them, it kind of works. For us, I don't think it's going to be like that, but it's something to think about because, you know, it is a larger number of things coming in a different form.
Okay, council, any other questions? Thank you. First, always happy that if we can help fellow residents. I think it's very wise of you to come visit and educate and tell us about it. I guess my question to you is from a policymaking standpoint, is there really anything you need from council? And then from an administrative and front, is there anything you need on sort of law enforcement side or anything like that? Or
Yeah.
what do you need?
Yeah. Thanks. Why are you here? Right. Well, we're not here asking for anything really. We are here just trying to present the concept and socialize it so it doesn't become something
Again,
that
very
just
wise, I
appears
think.
out of nowhere. And I guess that all I would ask is that, you know, once we start to pull the rest of this together, and we have a tighter pilot and, you know, we're thinking about it, if the council's behind it and it likes it and can support it, we would just appreciate that. We'll do all the heavy lifting, we'll do all the hard work. But to know that we're operating in a place that's friendly or amenable to this idea would just make all the difference.
Great.
All right. Thanks very much for your time. I know you got a busy evening.
No,
Thank you.
look, I think we look forward to hearing how your pilot program goes. So, let us know.
Thanks very much.
Council, anything else?
No, wish you the best.
Yeah. Thank you all. All right, with that, we'll move on from agenda item number 3, move on to agenda item number 4, presentation and discussion regarding quarterly investment report for the second quarter. Ask Abel to step up.
The city of Rollingwood has all its investments with Texpool. We currently have about $701,000 approximately invested with Texpool. Of that, the general fund has about $329,000. The water fund has about $62,000, and wastewater fund has about $310,000 invested with Texpool. The interest received for the second quarter was a little bit over $6,200, and the yield for the month of March was a little bit over 4.6%. So the yield's been creeping up a little bit every month. So that's where we are right now with Texpool.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Sir,
I said I never thought I'd see the day.
I never thought I'd see 1% from.
I didn't either. I remember
It was 2-3
our
basis
20
points at
bip.
one
Yeah,
time.
I remember our 20 bip days. Yeah, well, that's a lot better. Might actually have something to spend at some point.
Any questions?
Okay, if hearing no questions, we'll move off agenda item number 4 on to agenda item number 5, presentation and discussion regarding the budget review for the second quarter.
Right now, we're at 50% through the end of March. Some of the items that I'd like to tell council about are right now in our property taxes. We're at 99% collected. On the city sales tax, we're at 56% collected. And by that I mean of the estimated revenue that we based the budget on. That's where we're at from a percentage point of view in terms of revenue realized. On water sales, we're at 43%. We have collected 100% of all the property taxes to pay for our debt service. Wastewater revenues, we're at 55% for the estimated revenue collected. And so overall, as far as revenue versus expenditures, especially regarding the estimated revenue, we're in good shape, especially at halfway through the year. On property taxes, obviously, we have collected most of it through the months of January, February, because that's the end of the peak collection period. Right now, we only have about I'm guessing about $17,000 in taxes that we have not collected from the levy that was, that we had for the current fiscal year. So, like I said before, I think we're in good shape. Compared to last year, we've collected 102% of what we collected at the same time last year, but that's where we are. So, like I said before, I think we're in decent shape as far as the budget's concerned.
Questions, council? Just like to again point out that Veronica's doing a great job. You see the water sales collections at 117% and the wastewater at 122%, and that's in large part due to her efforts in getting our house in order. So, anything else? All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move on from agenda item number 5. Move on to the consent agenda, items 6 and 7. We'll entertain a motion if you have one.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. Robinson. Discussion, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to the regular agenda, agenda item number 8, update and discussion on the Nixon Pleasant Drainage Project. And we have A.B. here from K-Freeze to walk us through. I believe Ashley is pulling up the presentation. And council, actually, I'm going to pull up agenda item number 9 as well. We'll just knock both of these out. Update and discussion on the Hubbard Hatley Pickwick Drainage Project, in case A.B. wants to just keep rolling after he gets done. Council, I'm really just we continue to make great progress with this. I appreciate the neighbors who have all hung in there for the many years. I know that some of council has been included on email communication, but I know all of council has not been, so I wanted to have an opportunity to let K-Freeze, let A.B., who's and Jeff as well, be able to update you on where we are. The plans that you'll see this evening are sort of the latest and greatest. They have had a number of minor tweaks and changes, nothing major in terms of the overall projects, but we have continued to work with various neighbors on maybe language in some of the construction notes or moving a line or moving a facility or an edge or that sort of thing. So I feel like we're getting to a really good place with the stakeholders on both of these projects, and I wanted, so that we can continue to move forward in an expeditious fashion with them, I wanted to let council have an opportunity to sort of see a really close finalized product here, so that if you have any questions or anything like that, you can ask those now, so that we can continue to move forward quickly as we get to this finish line. So with that, I will turn it over to A.B. and go from there.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. My plan was to start with just a little bit of a background, give some context to the project and what we're doing here. And then if you'd like me to, I can certainly flip through the sheets if that's helpful. But kind of to explain the project that we're working on here, it's shown there on that location map on the sheet that you see there on the screen. We're looking at Pleasant and Nixon Drive. And in this area, it's similar to some of the challenges throughout Rollingwood, in that when Rollingwood is platted back in the 1950s, there wasn't a lot of attention to the natural waterways. There wasn't the establishment of drainage easements where you would expect them to be in today. And so that creates kind of a number of the issues that we are challenged with now to come in and do drainage improvements. It means that we need to have drainage easements to construct some of these things. And so when you have that happen, it's going to impact property owners, and with that, we've been working really diligently hand in hand with the different property owners that are impacted, trying to be responsive to their concerns. And so ultimately what we're trying to do here is construct a storm drain improvement project on Pleasant Drive. and then a channel improvement project there on the backside of Nixon and draining out towards Hatley. So on that backside where the channel is, there's kind of an existing natural waterway, but no easement. So for us to do any work in that area, we have to get that easement. And so that's been one thing that we've been working towards. And with that, we've incorporated into the design different landscape and aesthetic elements to create what we're aiming for is kind of a nice and natural creek bed. We've got some rock landscape features, different plantings, and then we're trying to hide some of the storm drain infrastructure as best as possible to be camouflaged within this built environment. And so that's what we've been working on. And to give you a little bit of, I guess, an update of what we've been up to over the last few months is in December, we went out and we took a look at the easements that we were proposing. There was feedback from property owners requesting to narrow those easements. So we went out there, walked the site, found opportunities to reduce that easement, and then went and revised our plans. With that process, there's a lot of sheets that get impacted, so we've got to update all those things. We got to get surveyor backs out there to verify different points that we've staked. We go through that process. We've then resubmitted plans, I believe, in February for review. Got some additional feedback, and then we revised the plans again. And then we've also updated the landscape plan sheets. Those are kind of the last thing that we update because we've got to have all the infrastructure updated and the grading before we can hand it over to our landscape. So at this point, what we have here is really a complete set that's pretty close to bid ready. It is intended to communicate to the property owners the easements that we're requesting and the intent of what we're trying to do with the design. And so we're going through hopefully some final details to get to that finish line of securing the easement. And then from that point, we could be able to bid it and begin construction. So that's the quick synopsis. I'll pause there and ask if there's any questions or if there's any.
And I'm going to throw a big party when we start, and I'm going to throw a big party when we finish.
I will bring the champagne.
Can you give us a quick and very brief overview of the project, like this many linear feet of concrete drainage or culverts or whatever it is? You got a drawing, or you can just walk us through
Yeah,
it?
I will see if I can navigate.
And I don't mean a 10-minute explanation, just like a real short overview.
Okay. Should I push down? Okay. I don't know off the top of my head the linear foot.
It doesn't matter, just like an elevator speech is what I would call it.
Yeah,
What we're
it's,
doing.
I guess like half a block of storm drain, and then some creek channel improvements behind 2 lots.
And the creek channel improvements, are they just a concrete, is it just a concrete drainage path in the creek or what?
Initially, we started with that. Where we ended up with is we brought a landscape architect on board. What we're designing is to make it look like a natural creek bed. So that means a natural bottom. In areas that there's exposed rock, it'll remain rock. If there's areas that are, soil, then it'll be planted. And then we have rock boulders on the edges of the channel.
And is the culvert like a 24-inch concrete culvert or what? The one you said?
No, it's a 5x4 box, and then we have a smaller lateral connecting to
5
there on the
feet,
left side.
5 feet by 4 foot box?
Correct.
And
this
how long is that? 100 some odd feet?
It's probably about 200 or 300 feet.
Must-
And then it was designed with the intention of we would be able to add on to this at a later date. So this is kind of what we thought we could achieve with, call it a phase 1. Eventually, the idea would be to have the storm drain connect and continue up further up the street. But this was kind of the first bite of the apple.
This is sort of the crown jewel of our first sort of regional approach, where we try to build things large enough so that we can add on to them when we have more resources in the future. So,
Okay, thanks. That's what I was looking for, was just a general concept of the scope of this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question on the record that, to check a box, but I'll get to it in a minute. Council, do you have any other, I know some of you have seen these plans, some of you haven't. I just wanted to get everybody sort of on the same page. So it's not even posted for any action tonight. Just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to ask questions. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Brown.
Are we gonna offer the public an
Oh, yeah.
opportunity to ask
Absolutely,
questions?
yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
And
right.
Uh,
Yeah, after AB's done. Yeah.
My question is, what's the remaining timeline? What's the timeline to get to construction?
Mm-hmm. Highly variable because it depends on when we get easements, agreements from everybody.
Or
What-
just walk through the steps,
Right.
if you could.
So, from where we are now, is we've submitted plans. Once we get, call it informal concurrence with all the property owners, that these easements and the design is acceptable, we would then request a surveyor to go back out there. They develop the meets and bounds descriptions and the easement exhibits. It depends on what the surveyor's schedule is at that time. Let's just assume that's 3 weeks. Then at that point, we would order titles and appraisals. Appraisals, we've been told, is 45 days. And then at that point, we can draft the formal easement letter. And once that is signed, we're comfortable with advertising this for bidding, and because the easement at that point is going through just the paperwork of being formalized. And
But to be clear, sort of first drafts of easements are already in the works. This is to do the final easement.
correct.
Yeah.
And why is an appraisal necessary?
We felt the appraisal was advantageous to the property owners because what we've been discussing since the beginning is a donation agreement. And the appraisal provides the benefit of a tax write-off. So it could be, I believe it could be chosen by the property owner to not have the appraisal and just
Okay.
donate the land.
Donate the easement, not the land.
So
Hmm?
how,
Donate the easement.
Yes, yes.
So
It's-
how
they- yeah,
So
there's been a lot
sorry.
of confusion about what the easement can and can't do.
yeah, how many property owners need to agree?
3. I
Okay.
think we're good with 1.
Getting
And then we have 2 more that we are
Very,
hopefully
very
just
close.
ironing out the
Yeah.
final details.
very close.
I mean, the only downside I can see to an appraisal is that if you have to go then to condemnation to acquire the easement, you've already like set some high value on an easement.
Yeah.
But that's fine. It just
Yeah.
occurred to me.
And
We're a half glass full kind of crew here.
My other question is, how are we paying for the actual construction? Where's the money coming
So
from?
the tax notes that were done several years ago
Okay.
have already been approved by previous councils. We're good to go. That money's
Okay.
sitting there, ready to roll.
Great.
Here's my, I'm sorry, do you have?
No, that was it. Thanks.
Do you know what a drain field seed mix is? Is that high grass or low grass?
well,
It's a random question for you. Pull it out.
and to be perfectly honest, I don't know.
But I see
for sure the
Duncan back
answer.
there. I'm
it's
trying to
native
knock-
grasses, and I assume native grasses would be
So for the
12
record, if you could
inches.
find out if that's tall grass or low grass, and then
right.
I've said it on the record,
Happy to look into that.
And then also, we're just knock all of Duncan's issues out tonight. We had talked early on, and I have committed personally, and I would prefer not to have to crawl into that culvert and do it myself, but I will, because I have committed and I'm a man of my word. We're gonna level, we've got some standing water in that culvert that's not technically in this project. I mean, or not, it is in the project,
It's in
but
the
it is
project.
outside of probably your plans. So is that noted in the construction documents, or is that just in my mind and Duncan's head? And how do we get it?
It's shown here on the plans. On the left side is the two box culverts that we're talking about under Hatley. On the far right is our notes, and on the bottom of those notes it says Hatley culvert notes, and in there we make note of the contractor to come in there, clean out the debris, sand it down, and then level that bottom. And then if there's any exposed rebar in there, to put in an epoxy grout to just do some rehab to that culvert.
Perfect. That was much easier than me having to try to find it in those notes. Yeah.
Glad to help.
And same for Duncan. And we'll follow up on the grass question, Duncan. Okay. Any other questions on this one?
Okay.
All right, let's go ahead and take public, thank you, A.B. If you'll stay close, I'd like to take public comment, hear from the neighbors on this project, and then we'll move on. We've already opened 9, but we'll have you come back up. Or actually, I bet it's you. Anyone wishing to speak on agenda item number 8? Now that I've preempted Duncan's questions.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you. So I'll just point to it. So
Hey, Duncan, could I just get you to identify yourself, and then feel free to go back up.
my name's Duncan Ashworth. I live at 2910 Hatley Drive.
Perfect.
And so I live here. Is this being landscaped? I see the rock line, but is this being landscaped with trees also? I couldn't interpret that.
Let me take a look at the plans.
And while you're looking at that, I want to let you know, Mr. Ashworth, that I have had where I think you're going with that. I've had a conversation with Mr. Marin just yesterday about that issue, and I'm interested. I remember those early discussions, and if we're doing any clearing there, it's my intention to try to make sure that we still have some foliage there for both.
Replacement plans.
Yes, yeah. If that's where you're going with that question.
It is.
Right.
And
On the-
so, go ahead, Amy.
On the plans right now, it just shows native grass plantings. And I think that's something that, we can certainly discuss.
I don't see that as a major obstacle whatsoever. And I remember us talking about it, and if it didn't make it into the landscape plan, my apologies, and we'll take care of that. And AB, if you would remember for us to do that. I don't know that it requires going back to the landscape architect, but if you have I know he's already sealed those.
Yeah.
For his work, but whatever we need to do to make note of that, let's do it.
Right, I'll make note of it, and my thought is that we would just have like a line item in the bid for an allowance for miscellaneous plantings.
Where we can kind of all go out and say, let's do X, Y, and Z, and
Correct.
something that everybody agrees on, yeah.
Good enough.
If I have to plant those while I'm doing the culvert, I can,
Maybe like a big
yeah,
ball.
yeah. Okay, any other comments on agenda item number 8 from the public?
I have one other. So what are the outstanding issues with the other residents? You said that there's still.
They're very minor in my opinion. For the most part, we've I think we're still waiting on a few issues from Jerry, but some of those are more easement related that I think we'll work through that aren't necessarily on the plans per se. And then he did make some great comments that I think we're working with AB to make sure we've got some questions answered and that sort of thing. And then had a good call with Mr. Marin yesterday, or the day before. I don't know, my days are all running together. At some point in the last few days, we had a good call. And we made a quick list of those. They're, in my opinion, estimation, somewhat minor from a technical standpoint, so I think we'll be able to work through those. And then as well as having to work through some language on the easement agreements in terms of a surface use agreement for things like garbage receptacles and basketball hoops and those sorts of things. So, and nothing at having having lived this for so long, I don't see anything on the horizon that seems insurmountable at this point.
No showstoppers.
I mean, knock on wood, but I don't think so. I reserve the right to back up on that, but I think we're good. And just for council too, the Austin Energy has moved their pole, the 10 feet, that we were only able to get them to move it 10 feet, but they have moved it 10 feet, and it is, it's not perfect, but it's workable and better than what we had before, so that's been done. So a little bit of progress on this one. Okay, any other questions, comments? All right, with that, step back up, and however you guys want
I'm
to.
going to hand it over to our project manager and design engineer, Jeff Elfers.
Great. Jeff, step right up and tell us about Hubbard Hatley. I won't go into the gory details on this one, but this project, I don't know, these two projects maybe are sort of neck and neck for the longest projects known to man in Rollingwood.
Yeah.
This one has a little bit more sordid history, but I also think we're in a really good project, really good space here. It's a little bit, it's a simpler, you guys may disagree, but I think from an engineering perspective, it's a little bit easier project. I think K-Freeze came up with a much more elegant solution than my back of the napkin that I drew about 3 years ago. And with that, Jeff, tell us what we've got.
Yeah. So here's the other plan set. It's kind of like the sister project to Nixon Pleasant. As Avi mentioned, you know, a lot of the drainage in Rollingwood is just overland. There's not a whole lot of underground infrastructure. So right now, I'm going to pull up sort of the easement overview of this plan. So on the bottom there, we've got Pickwick Lane. It's a little bit tough to see, but essentially from south of Pickwick Lane into the west, there's a lot of overland drainage that goes over Pickwick Lane and through 2805 Pickwick Lane, 2800 Hubbard Circle, and then ultimately down through 2801 Hubbard Circle through an existing channel between the lots here. And essentially, if you were to look at a floodplain inundation map of this area, is it okay if I move up there?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
Essentially, flows coming overland from this direction and this direction. And right now it flows over these lots and into this channel that's right here in front of 2801 Hubbard Circle, and then it continues down through Hatley Drive. Some of it goes around this curve and down to this creek that goes out to Ladybird Lake. Some of it just overtops this curve and passes through 2805 Hatley Drive. So what our project proposes is this dashed line is a storm sewer alignment. So whereas water right now is just overflowing these lots and passing overland, we're going to supplement that with an underground storm sewer system that starts off at 24 inch, builds up to 36 inch, passes through these lots, then comes down and cuts through this way before going into the existing natural channel that heads down towards Ladybird Lake. So to achieve this project, we're building mostly within existing easements. We've got an existing drainage easement here, an existing drainage easement here, and then existing utility easements here that we plan to repurpose to a drainage and utility easement. Our new easement is going to be right here at 2801 Hubbard Circle and two easements right here. There's an existing detention facility right here that overtops and it passes over 2800, which has created some contentious issues around this area. So our plan is to basically intercept the water at this lot line, bring it into our storm sewer system, and bring it down to the channel outfall within storm sewer system. Any questions so far?
Council, any questions? So far, so good. Keep
So
trucking.
I had a quick question, and this is a bit random, but when y'all engineered that, did you have to Like, how did y'all do your water flow rate calculations? Did y'all have to shoot grades over a large area and survey it to figure out?
To determine like the flow of water?
Well, yeah, the quantity and rate.
Of water
Yes.
coming in?
Uh-huh.
So we used LiDAR data for the entire area,
Okay.
which is furnished by the state of, like, TNRES. It's, Texas State collects a lot of the topography. They do it at kind of like not a super detailed level, but it's enough to determine the general characteristics of flow of water.
For the overall drainage basin that you're collecting there?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I was wondering.
Sure.
Thanks.
And then the actual construction project, like the actual grades of the storm sewer and all of that was actually based on survey.
Sure.
But all the offsite was based on that LiDAR data. So let's see. Is there a way to move forward on here, or did I accidentally mess it up? Okay. Is there a way to maximize?
Hey, Jeff, before you go off of that slide real
Mhm.
quick, just a reminder on the record for you and I to visit about that's the surface intake that's sort of at the backyard of 2806 Hatley. I want to make sure that we had met with that homeowner some time ago, and we had talked about trying to mitigate the drainage that he experiences off of 2803 into 2806. And I just want to make sure the surface intake is in the right location to facilitate that. And I think it may be, but it may be a situation where we just need to move it back toward the back lot line 10 or 15 feet. It may be fine. I want us to talk about that, since we did meet with that homeowner and agreed to try to mitigate that drainage out of his backyard.
Okay.
So
that is the drainage basin map. Just if you're curious, it was delineated using existing contour data. So starting at the south of the project, how we're bringing the water into the system is we've got curb inlets. Right now, at the left of the page here, water just proceeds from the south towards the north and across those two lots that are bound by Pickwick Lane and Hubbard Circle. So the way we're collecting water and bringing it underground is through a series of curb inlets. The first one is where water kind of naturally overtops the curb and passes into 2805 Pickwick Lane. On here, 2807, but it's kind of a double lot. We've got an extra intake inlet between the two lots that will collect overland flow. And then right before 2801 Hubbard Circle, we've got another inlet located right near that match line. It continues between these lots. We've got a couple intake structures in between the lots that will collect drainage. And then, so the one you're talking about, Gavin, about possibly relocating is the one shown on this page.
I believe so. Let me get oriented.
We're kind of at the edge of Hatley Drive and Almarian Way.
No, go up to the slide before this one. Yeah.
This one?
No, go down one. There. You see that surface intake farthest to the right?
Yes.
So that may be great, or we may need to slide it back toward that other surface inlet 5 or 10 feet.
Okay.
I don't think it's a problem. It's probably something we can even do after construction starts. But let's just talk about that, and we can talk with the homeowner and see if that's what the based on his real-world experience, if that would work
Be
or not.
more in the
Yeah.
correct location.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. So right now, this project, we're trying to bid it in conjunction with the Nixon Pleasant project so that we can bid them at the same time, have a larger project, hopefully get more desirable bids. So it's essentially on the same schedule as Nixon Pleasant. Right now, we've got 3 easements that we're in talks with to try and get that informal agreement. And we met with one property owner today. It seems like we're well on our way to getting that informal agreement and moving forward with basically the easement work.
And we have sign off from one of the homeowners, that has the longest history with this project. So we're very excited and proud about that. So, we checked the box on that one. And then I think, also we made a few changes to the other, for the other stakeholder, and I think we're gonna be in good shape there as well, right?
Yeah, it seems like we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah.
We may be there very soon.
And I have a quick question about the design services. Did y'all bid these design services up front? Was this a fixed bid project or?
You mean for this design?
Yes, for the 2 drainage projects.
I'm not do you know how we were awarded these? I think, yeah.
Yeah. With respect to the engineering services or
Yes.
the construction?
Engineering.
Okay, that one we priced this as a lump sum project.
Okay. I was just curious, thank you. Do you happen to remember about what it was? Probably don't, do you?
It's been so long ago.
I know, I was just curious. It's okay, not a big deal.
Yeah.
I was just
I
curious.
I could probably ballpark it, but it's been at least 2 years ago
Yeah.
now.
Well, it sounded like there were a lot of complications. I was wondering how it worked
It's-
out for him.
You can ask half this room. You could ask half this room about that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Any other questions? Shanti, yeah, hop up.
Shanti Jaykumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. I was looking at this Almerian Way and Hatley Drive, where you are going across that property. Do you all have, have you talked to the homeowner?
It's
Because they're the friends of mine, so I
Yeah.
just wanted to know.
It's an existing easement.
It is?
Mhm.
Okay, because it seems to be going way into their property,
Yeah.
right?
We
Okay.
were actually surprised that we had an easement there already,
Yeah,
so.
I am too, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
And just on that note, Shanti, it'll also be all subsurface, so when we'll put it all back nice and neat the way it was, so.
Yeah, okay, so what is the depth to which y'all are going to put the what do you call, underground stormwater?
Well,
Do you have that information?
we do, it's about 2 feet deep in that area. In the total invert, so if you're familiar with that lot, like,
I'm very familiar with the lot, but.
so,
Yeah.
there's kind of a pretty big drop off from the street here down.
Yeah,
So once you get down to this level, sort of
Uh-huh.
within the lot,
yeah.
it's about 2 feet deep until you
Okay.
hit the top of the pipe.
Is that typical for drain, under the ground? Drainage?
Usually 3 feet deep is
Okay.
kind of the Goldilocks where, 'cause normally we are passing underneath pavement
Mhm.
and generally pavement.
This is just grass there, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking futuristically, when they wanted to do something on that piece of property, right now it's just,
Yeah.
my friend's 3 boys grew up there playing on that
Right.
field, but one of the sons has now owns the property,
Yeah,
and I know that they might have some, wanting to build a pool there or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course, drainage easement would be,
Right.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
how would it affect their future?
no,
plans?
totally understandable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Any other questions for Jeff? Okay, any public comment on agenda item number 9? Michaela, do you gonna? Okay, or with that, we will move off of agenda item number 10, number 9, move on to agenda item number 10, discussion and possible action regarding an update to the K. Freeze and Associates billing rates for city engineering services, and ask Avi to come forward if we need to. No, actually, you know what? I'm going to start off. We'll recognize Davey, but then I'm going to recognize first Ashley to walk us through this one.
Oh gosh, wow, mine's always loud. Okay, so about a month ago, K. Freese and Associates approached us about proposed rate increase. After working through the details, we got some information on our average billings and our average projects. And speaking to them, we also did notice that in our agreement with K. Freese and Associates, it does say that the rates are to be reviewed and are subject to negotiation on the anniversary of the contract, which is in November. So I kind of brought that to their attention, and we discussed that. The rates that are proposed in the packet, in that one sheet there, you can see are a little bit different from what they proposed here. We do expect our engineering costs to increase approximately 30% based on the proposal. I will say that today, we'd been discussing this the last few days, and I did get some final confirmation from them that they are willing to change our main project engineer, which is Tyson. He's currently a project manager and projected to have a 43% increase in his fees. After discussions with them, they would be willing to bill him as a project engineer rather than a project manager, if that was something that would help us be interested in approving these rates today. So currently, as opposed to him going up from 185 to 43 or 43% to 265, that would leave him at his current rates, and so that would greatly reduce the impact of these proposed rate increases on our budget.
So that takes him back to 185.
Right.
I like it when Ashley pre-negotiates these for us.
That was helpful.
All right. I'll leave you off the hook for a minute. Council, do you have any questions for Ashley or in general?
I have a question about the budgeting. I mean, our budget runs from like October-ish to October, is that right? So
Right.
with these rates, I mean, we've already budgeted for the next 6 months. I mean, would these apply like the next fiscal year, or is it like starting next month we're billing at these rates kind of thing?
I believe the intention would be to approve these and have them immediately effective with that rate change that they've, allowed for with Tyson. It really would not be a very big impact on the budget. I would say though, in general, whichever way we go, I think we'll probably do a building fee study to make sure that basically we're charging enough to cover those engineering fees for at least reviews of projects. So that's our zoning reviews and our drainage reviews that K. Freese performs for us. Those are technically a pass-through right now, so yes, we pay for those and we budget those, but we also charge applicants for their applications, and depending on if it's a new build or addition, things like that. So there are fees associated with that. So I would say either way, we're probably due to look at those and make sure we're charging enough and that we're kind of charging what other cities of our similar nature are. But I don't believe this other rate change, with the exception of Tyson, would have a very large impact on our budget through the rest of the fiscal year. And then we would take that into account on October 1 for the new budget.
So we don't anticipate any dings to our budget based on AB's increase?
We don't. And we're gonna continue to manage that. He's now a boss. We knew him back when, but
And to clarify, Tyson is doing the majority of the work. I help and advise on occasion, but my time is representative of the whole, pretty small fraction.
and I'll just say council would probably be having a little different discussion tonight if Ashley hadn't done such good work in kind of reworking some of
Correct.
this before now. So
I have so you, without that change, it would have increased the budgeted fees by 30%. What's the increase with that change? The change in Tyson's rate,
You mean like the amount
or the
increase?
percentage?
So-
Looks like he's at
Whichever.
185 now.
I was-
I know his
Mhm.
rate changes, but I don't know
Sure.
how that impacts
So
our budget.
I estimated of our general engineering costs, which is a snapshot of our invoices we get from them, that Tyson was approximately 75% of those. And so using his 43% increase for 75% of our costs, and then bringing in the other engineers that generally support, I estimated about 30% total increase in general engineering before this
Yeah.
update.
But
With
her question is
now,
After.
now, yeah.
I'd have to redo the math, but it would probably be low because most of the rest of them have 3 to 4, 6% increases. So it would be much lower.
And I do appreciate all of the negotiations that occurred, especially with Tyson, because that was something that was going to be brought up. But, it's still a 30% rate increase is a big jump comparatively to, when most of them are 4 and 5 per year. So just wanted to give you an opportunity to make your case for that.
Sure. I think for some context is these rates have not been updated in over a year and a half. In that time, a lot of things have changed, whether it's market conditions or demand within the field. The other is the bulk of the rates, aside from, let's say, the senior project manager category, it's a pretty small increase over the last year and a half. And then just to reiterate, the time that I am on the projects are very minimal. I come in on some of the design projects, like the one that we're working through right now. That's on a lump sum contract that we negotiated a while back, and so there's no cost impact with respect to that.
So do you want a motion to approve
Yes, sir.
the
I'd
rates? I make a
love-
motion to approve the rates.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the rates by Councilman Glasheen. Is there a second? Do enjoy working with Kay Freeze. I do enjoy working with Kay Freeze, and we're
I
getting
will second for purposes of discussion.
great. Thanks. You have a motion by Councilman Glasheen and a second by Councilwoman Brown. Further discussion.
The thing I would like to see is two things. If we're going to do this, if we're going to approve this rate increase, then let's prioritize getting an ordinance in shape for us to consider that would allow us to bill at these rates for the zoning reviews we do. Now, my understanding is we charge a flat fee, regardless of how many times K-Freeze has to review a building permit for zoning issues. And so I would like to see us, at the next council meeting, get an ordinance passed that allows us to truly pass through these fees to the builders who, as they request these zoning reviews. And I think that will also help in a couple of ways. We have a few that nickel and dime the zoning review changes, so you get, 5 and 6 times they're coming in and causing us to incur these fees, and I think it will help to get that done more efficiently. And we ought to be able to recover those fees from the builders as we are billed, pass through those fees. So we've talked about it for several months. I'd like to see that brought back to the next, if we're going to approve this increase, I'd like to see that brought back at the next council meeting in draft ordinance form.
Okay. Happy to, if you,
And
we'll
I'm-
dispose of this motion, and then we'll have that discussion if you want to make a second
And then-
motion. I will say, I think that's, and I'll let Ashley speak for herself. I think that's what staff is thinking. I don't know the time frame. I don't know that I've ever gone through or had the city, I don't think I've been a part of one of those fee review processes, so I don't know what they entail, but I think that's where she's going. Anyway, I'll let you speak for yourself.
Sure, yeah. And we may need to, depending on the kind of fee study we do and how in-depth it is, that we might incur some costs in that fee study as well, so we may need to discuss that separately. If the request is to bring back something that's just a true pass-through, we would just need to kind of investigate on our end the administrative, how that process would be done. If it would be, every time we're invoicing, we're passing that on, that would be a potentially, pretty large departure from our current process, but definitely not something we can't do. Just would need to kind of investigate what that would entail and how our systems would be able to handle that, if that makes sense.
Would you be able to do that by the next council meeting?
Maybe, possibly. The first part, a full building fee study, we would not be able to complete.
Well, if we're just talking about passing, what would the study if we're just talking about passing through the costs that we are billed from the builder? I mean, from the engineering firm for doing these reviews?
I suppose in that case, a fee study would not be required. The fee study generally would come in and look at both other cities around you, what they're charging, probably other similar cities, maybe not necessarily right close by. And then it would also include, your expense, like it would be analyzing your in and outs, what you're charging for your applications and what are actually being incurred. And then it would come up with basically a flat rate, like a new application rate for a new build or
Okay. Well, what
addition.
I was thinking about is getting away, I'm sure there needs to be some flat rate.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought we would be able to pass through the costs we're billed by a third-party vendor at cost.
Mhm.
So,
I think, I'll give you time to think of your answer, but I think what Ashley's saying is we would have to investigate how that pass through occur, like how that billing process occurs, and if our current system facilitates that. I think is what you're saying, right?
Right. So if a single project might go through three or four review phases, so that might span over 3 or 4 months of invoices from K-Freeze. And so we would just need to look at our system and understand how we would, if we're the middleman of that, we're getting billed from K-Freeze, we're passing that on to them, what does that look like, and if our system can handle that, basically, or is set up that way. I'm sure that my permit now can be figured in such a way. It's just we're still in the process of getting that to speak to our accounting system, so they're not 100% there yet. But we can definitely investigate it over the next month and bring back more information.
I was hoping for action.
And it may be.
But
I mean, we may.
let's have,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and we might look at
I'll come back
it.
to the second motion so that we
Yeah.
get a recommendation for
Mm.
consideration
Okay.
at the next meeting.
One more thing. Can you tell me what you said about Tyson's rate again? It wouldn't change? Is that what?
Right, they're offering to charge him at a project engineer, which the project engineer rate went up from 180 to 185. Currently, Tyson is 185, and as a project manager, they would be proposing a 265. But if they're offering to charge him at a project engineer, that would leave his rate the same. And he is the bulk of the engineering services that we deal with.
So should we can we amend the motion, or do we need to amend the motion to basically, because this doesn't say that, this fee rate says 265.
I think we'd like to see that probably in the motion to approve the fees as proposed with the discussed.
With the caveat of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then a second question I have is, when do we do the budget amendment for that?
I think our thought is that we hopefully won't need a budget amendment because we think this would stay within the budget as proposed, which is why I'm much more comfortable with it the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
It'll just, if they have to bring in their specialty engineers, we'll monitor that, and then if we go over, we would bring you a budget amendment at that time, but hopefully we won't have to do that. Happy to, Mr. Glasheen, would you like to amend your motion?
Sure, motion to approve the fee schedule as proposed, other than with the change that Tyson Haas would be not billed at project manager, but instead would be billed at project engineer.
You have an amended motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And
Thank
now,
Before we move on, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if I
ma'am.
might request that staff bring back to us a recommendation as to the fee structures for engineering services in connection with zoning reviews at our next council meeting.
is that a motion?
That's a motion.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action regarding an amendment to the Code of Ordinances, section 107.3, definitions related to definition of building height residential in the R residential zoning district. Ms. Brown, this is your agenda item. I think, right? That's what my notes say.
Item 11?
I'm sorry, 12?
Okay, item 12,
Oh.
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Back,
I was confused too.
I'm sorry. Back up, members. Back up.
I was like,
Got
I
ahead
think
of
this was
myself.
Gavin's.
I'm sorry. I was really ginning there. I will withdraw agenda item number 12. I will open agenda item number 11, discussion and possible action to oppose efforts by the legislature to limit the ability of municipalities to require minimum residential lot sizes, and this is my agenda item. First, apologies to council for a bit of a last-minute texting spree the other day when you happened to be in a joint session. But I was in my paying job and realized that there was some legislation moving through the legislature that would, I'm going, there's more to this legislation. I know Ms. Brown has read it. I'll skip to the part that I think would be the most offensive to our community, and that is we currently have a 15,000 square foot requirement for lot sizes. This legislation that I have sort of pieced together is somewhat of a national movement for what are commonly called tiny houses, tiny homes. It's kind of under the banner of affordable housing, and this legislation would actually prohibit cities like ours from having that type of lot size requirement, and would drop it, in our instance, would drop it from 15,000 square feet to 1,400 square feet. I'm going out on a limb here and betting that that is probably not something that this community is all that interested in, based on all kinds of discussions that happen around here. So I do not want, yes, that is correct. It would be 10 lots per, so if you look next door and you think that it has room for 10 lots, then you let me know if you're cool with that. Up to this point, so I'm not going to speak on behalf of this council unless this council takes action for me to do so. I'm happy to speak for myself as the mayor and as an elected official, but I speak for myself as that elected official. I do not speak for the city, because only you can allow me to do that, to delegate that authority to me. So I have done a little of that on my own as the mayor, but I have not done it as a representative of you. And so if you would like to make a motion to oppose legislation like that, I'm happy to be a little bit more forthcoming and a little bit more aggressive in my representation at the Capitol for you. I do not make this offer on all legislation. I'd like to make that clear. But Happy to help us out on this one if we need to.
I move that we grant you authority to oppose this on behalf of the city of Rollingwood.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie. Is there a second?
Second.
I have, okay.
You have a
So
motion by
go
Mr.
ahead.
McDuffie, a second by Mr. Glasheen, and discussion starting with Ms. Brown.
You know, I've looked at these bills. What about the other things that they would do that would impact our ability to do residential zoning? I would like to allow you to express our opposition to any of those bills that would impact Rollingwood's ability to reduce our current authority with regard to zoning instead of just the minimum lot size. I'm a little troubled by the implication that if you testified only on that one part of the bill,
Oh,
that there would, that
I
it
understand.
would be that we approve the rest of it. That's what I'm concerned
oh,
about.
I see. I thought you were volunteering me to oppose like 500 bills. That was what I was
wish
not
you would.
volunteering to do. Yeah. No, I understand your point. Yeah, no, it would be lock, stock, and barrel for the whole
Bill.
for the whole bill. Yeah, I can't remember everything. I read this bill at 4:30 one morning, so I don't remember everything that's in it. But it does. I think setbacks are at 5 feet. I think front setbacks are at 10.
Setbacks entirely.
And maybe they did. Maybe that was the committee substitute. I don't know. Like I said, I looked at the file version, but there's plenty in there to dislike on all fronts. So it would be moving to oppose all of it in its entirety. And the only reason I brought it up, and the reason I was moving quickly the other night, you know, in my business, you look at certain indicators to see if legislation has what one would gauge as a chance of movement, and this one does. It has a filed version in the House. It has a identical companion in the Senate. Both bills had been heard in committee. Both members are very influential members. It has all of the markers of something that could get legs and move, which is why I brought it to you. If I looked at that and my professional assessment was that it wasn't going anywhere, I probably wouldn't have mentioned it, but it has the markers of something that could move, which is why I would like to be prepared that if it starts moving, that I could take some action on our behalf. So.
Well, I would amend the motion to give the mayor the authority to oppose efforts by the legislature to limit the ability of municipalities with respect to zoning.
I tell you what, you will be shortly recognized for that. Let me allow, since we had a pending motion, let me either dispose of that motion or have that motion withdrawn. What's the
Who made it? Did I
I'm
make
just-
it?
I made
You
it.
made it.
I actually couldn't remember. I'm glad you asked.
My purpose was, Mr. Mayor, to amend it to broaden your authority.
I know. I'm with
Not
you.
to limit it to just the minimum lot size.
I'm with you.
Okay.
So I think that's a withdrawal of the previous motion. And now
Ready to
I'll
withdraw it.
recognize Ms. Brown for a new motion.
I move that we authorize the mayor to oppose efforts by the legislature to limit the ability of current ability of municipalities with regard to zoning matters.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Okay. I'll do my best and I'll report back.
Thank you. And I
Um,
would have loved to have approved it last time.
I know, it
We weren't
was,
posted.
like I said, it was fine like this. Moving on now to agenda item number 12. Discussion and possible action regarding an amendment to the Code of Ordinances, section 1073, definitions related to the definition of building height residential in the R residential zoning district. Now I'll recognize Ms. Brown for this motion, or for this agenda item.
I've had a text from Councilmember Hudson. This is a matter in which she's been very involved for some years. And she would ask that we postpone this until the next meeting, and I'm agreeable to doing that so that she can be present.
You know I like moving quickly, so.
And I will also say, I attended the meeting of the CRCRC, and they are working, they're getting their agenda together as well. And we'll meet again in another 2 weeks, and I think we can get additional input from that meeting, and bring this back to you, then.
Great. Would you like to just move on from this agenda item? Do you want to postpone time certain? How would you like to?
Postpone to a time certain next month.
You have a motion to postpone agenda item number 12, time certain, next month by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Robinson. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the city's code of ordinances, section 101-2, adoption of codes, amending the building code, local amendments related to wood shingles, and the definition of building height. Who is this, Ms. Wayman? Ms.
I
Wayman.
think this is a staff.
I think you are
agenda
correct.
item.
That's what
It
I'm
is.
figuring out as I read in real time my notes. Ms. Wayman. if you will.
And I will definitely start with, so this is supposed to be a companion piece to item 12, which we just discussed. I don't think we would have any issue postponing it a month, if we would like to do that with the second one. I can describe it a little bit if you'd like, but we can also postpone.
It is the will of the body. Would you like to postpone along with item number 12?
Postpone.
I'm agreeable.
Ooh, look at us, rocking and rolling. All right, is there a motion to postpone time certain by Ms. Brown? Go.
Second? Or
Oh.
did she make?
No.
Move to
Yes.
postpone time
We have a
certain.
motion, we have
Sorry.
we have a motion by
Moved
Ms.
on.
Brown to postpone time certain, item number 13 to next month. Is there a second? By Mr. Robinson?
Yes, second.
There's a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Robinson. Further discussion? I got you. Hearing none. Yes, ma'am. Hop right up. I feel like an auctioneer tonight. This is great.
I was thinking somebody just bought a prize steer. So.
Yeah.
My name's Sandy Keller. I live at 307 Inwood Road. And just to be brief, since we've mostly dispatched 12, I simply want to address the council saying that I strongly encourage you to try to find a way to amend the ordinance on the height restrictions. I think closing the loophole that appears to me to exist right now is really of some importance. As the agenda packet indicated, we're already very generous with our height allowances compared to our surrounding communities. And this looks like another way for us to finagle even a little bit more, and I'm ready for us to get a little stingy. So that's the quick statement I want to make this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'm sorry that we've stole your thunder for tonight, but I'm glad that you got that in. Feel free to come back. You're posted for next month already, so. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 14, discussion and possible action regarding residential speed limits. This is mine, council, and as you know, I do not typically put agenda items on the council agenda for your consideration unless a couple of criteria are met, one of which is that there being some level of inconsistency or confusion. I think the inconsistency of our speed limits in Rolling Wood is well documented at this point. And I must say, on occasion, if I believe that there are safety concerns to bring before you for your consideration. And I will say my personal position on this issue has changed somewhat now that I have a 15-year-old and I spend every Saturday teaching him how to drive. And we spend a whole lot of time on the roads of Rolling Wood. And 20 miles an hour seems a lot faster to me than it used to seem. Especially when you're in the passenger seat. And the inconsistency of those speed limits is now something that I notice when I'm having to point out speed limit signs. And so I think that there is room here for some greater consistency, and most likely a lower and consistent speed limit, certainly on our major thoroughfares. I don't know exactly what that looks like. I do know that state statute requires us to study these sorts of things before you all are allowed to make a decision on them. So I don't know that this is an urgent issue, but I think I would like to have the council's guidance on whether you think this is a worthy cause. And if you do, we will look more into the specifics of how to go about that and what that study would have to be. I believe that RCDC already has a similar study that has been approved. I don't, to be honest with you, know the status of that. That RCDC study is slightly different because it has some different parameters and some different thoroughfares. I don't think it's a citywide type of study. Anyway, all of those things we would look into more if you think this is worthy of doing. Like I said, I do think there's inconsistency, which sort of meets one of my criteria to bring you something, wanted your guidance on it, and then if you're inclined, we'll try to bring you something back with a little bit more meat on it.
Question.
Yes, sir.
What's inconsistent out there? And
So Rollingwood Drive is the one that comes to mind the most. I think we've painted on the street at 35, but it's actually posted at 30. It also drops to 20 for sort of a park for the park zone.
It's 25, isn't it?
25. Yeah. And so, I'm sorry, yes, I require 20, but it's posted at 25 in my every Saturday driving. So
your personal speed limit.
My personal, yes, the personal driver safety speed limit is 20 in my vehicle. But so some of those sorts of things, and then I think we need to. That's what I want to bring back to you. I want to bring back to you. I want to look at that. I don't know exactly which streets. I just know that I'm having to tell them to
speed up,
slow down a whole lot, and
right.
so I think that is the point of the study, to see. And I know Mr. McDuffie and I have had a conversation about this in the past too. I think he probably actually knows more about the specifics of it even than I do.
Well, there's 20 along Edge Grove at sections, right? And
How did that happen?
well, it's that real windy section right in front
Right.
of Mayor Massengale's thing. It's 20 right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Probably
It's a lot of
violating
blind
it.
turns.
So you and I are in the same boat. You want to hop in the vehicle next Saturday?
I already did my time.
Yeah, you did your time. Yeah. Grab your seat, baby.
So if we reviewed all these and came back and decided to start changing it, like what kind of a financial impact is it to change the signage and get everything consistent?
I'm not too worried about the signage piece of it. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think, depending on what this council would decide, probably the more expensive effort will be the study. And I'm not sure what, I know that there is a statutory requirement for that study to be conducted before you can just start changing speed limits, but I think that would be the main cost. And my thought would be that we bring you back some estimates on those items. And like I said, I don't think it's urgent. It may be something that we get all of our ducks in a row and then roll it into the next budget or something like that. Just depending. If it's reasonably priced, it's maybe something that we go ahead and move forward with. If it's a little bit more expensive than expected, it may be something we look at for the next budget cycle. I do think we have talked about it. We have had residents and constituents come and bring this issue up from time to time. So I think it's probably worthy of the discussion, and then we'll just figure out what's the appropriate path forward. Ms. Brown?
Would it be appropriate? What I'd like to see is to perhaps get a recommendation from our police department, what they would recommend changing.
That's actually,
And and get some history of where the complaints are coming from.
that's a great point, actually. And I think that part of what we would bring back would be, I don't want to surprise them with it tonight, but I think part of that would be for them, along with sort of the nuts and bolts of how to do it and maybe some estimates on the cost. A part of that report, I think, would probably be PD and get their thoughts on it too. And they may disagree. I don't know. I haven't had this discussion with them, but
I think it'd be good to get a read
yeah.
there.
Agreed.
So when I'm seeing in my quick Google research, which is our #1 lawyer legal research tool.
Doctors and yes, that's how I do my medical research too.
Yeah.
Doctors love that.
So the Transportation Code, Section 554.352, sets speed limits, and they set a 30-mile-an-hour street speed limit in an urban district, and they allow a city to lower that speed limit only after doing an engineering and traffic investigation, determining that the speed limit, the prima facie speed limit, which is 30, is unreasonable or unsafe for that road. So
Right.
I think if we're talking about, right now we've got Rollingwood in the park zone at 35. We've got something else at 20 on Edge Grove.
Mhm.
Is it
I
25?
thought it was 25.
The park zone is 25, Edge Grove is 20. And I was under the impression that the rest of Rollingwood Drive was 30, but maybe it is 35.
Yeah. And that's what I
At
thank you
30
for-
is
yeah.
the number, is the
yeah,
prima
30
facie
30 is the
state
yes.
number.
Thank you for I knew it was something like that,
Yeah.
but and I think that's why we I think that's how we ended up with
30.
30.
Right.
So
the question I would have is if are we wanting to lower that 30 in some places where it's not already lowered? Is that the idea?
that is what is in my
In your
mind.
Sure.
But I think it's that's y'all's call, but that's what's in my mind.
At least consider.
At least
For
consistency.
like the whole
mean, I
length
just-
of Rollingwood Drive, is that what you would think?
That's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
If for no other reason than consistency, right? So if you put it all at 20, put it all at 25. In my mind, again, I don't know if that's what a study would say. I don't know if that's what this council would choose. In my mind, it's pick a standard speed limit for your major thoroughfares and pick a standard speed limit for your non-major thoroughfares and be done with it. But I don't know if that's what you all would want to do. I don't know if that's what a study
Sure.
would say, but that's what makes sense.
It's 30 everywhere by state statute unless we've gotten it lowered elsewhere. I don't really have a problem with the park zone being a little bit lower because it's like a school zone
Right.
and it's clearly marked. And I think 25 might be a little bit low, although I like the idea of, keeping cut through traffic out of Rollingwood. So
And I'll be honest with you, as I said, my position on this has changed,
Right.
and it has
Sure.
changed in the last 6 months. I was lockstep with where you are, and I had always thought 30 was just fine.
right.
And then when I've had to pay more attention to it, I actually found myself, as I'm paying more attention to it, I usually actually am not driving 30 along Rollingwood Drive out of respect to the neighbors and everything that's going on. I'm usually at 25.
Nope. We've been doing a little bit of an internal study with the police department with that sign, the radar
Right.
sign on Rollingwood Drive, and they were going to get us some data
Yeah.
from that and report back to us. We mentioned that, I think, in the last council meeting.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've seen that, but I'd love to see that because if we have, I'm going to guess that you're in maybe the 10% that's going under 30 and 90% is going well above 30.
Speak into the microphone.
Yeah. So I think there's quite a bit of speeding. I'd love to see how much speeding's actually happening, to see how much of this might be an enforcement issue rather than a rulemaking issue.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have some input.
Sure. Yeah, come on up.
Please.
See, I've tried to not put you on the spot, but if you're
I don't mind. Sergeant Duarte. So I believe I did add it to the council packet. The the
That
survey
data.
I see
from the
some- I
radar,
see
from the
some
radar
yeah,
trailer.
I see it in there.
Yes, and I think that's the second
It's under the police report.
under the police
Section.
report section.
That's the one that was right out in front of the park,
Correct.
right?
We had it on Rolling Wood for a few weeks, and now it's there on Gentry,
Okay.
where we have it a lot, down that hill coming towards Nixon, where everybody just kind of speeds down that hill there. So
Yeah,
it's
I
doing
mean,
its job.
Yeah, I thought the data was interesting. The mean is around 25 mostly, it
Yes.
looks like. And yeah, you have some crazy people that go over 40 through that zone, but I don't see anything over 50.
Hard to believe that short distance they can get that fast, but they can. Yeah. So the radar trailer, like we deployed that, I think about a month ago. So that's doing real well. So and we're actually, it's new to us. So we're we got the software downloaded and so forth. We're just it's new to us. We're trying to figure out the stats better, statistics better. So.
This is awesome. I
Oh,
think
thank you.
It's good, yeah.
And Councilman Glasheen, I believe you're correct as far as the Texas Transportation Code sets the prima facie limits, and it is 30. And like you said, because we did some research too, the City Council may lower it after a traffic study. So I think it's mostly 30 in the city now. So are you guys considering maybe 25? Is that what we're thinking, Mayor or Councilman?
I'm sorry, say again.
Maybe considering 25 instead of 30 for citywide?
Again, I hesitate to get too far out on this limb until we do the study, but possibly, yeah. So, and I would, I'm interested in the real world, your real world
Yes.
world experience on it too. And I'm going to put Counselor on notice too. I think he's found some additional.
Yeah, I mean, because I've been doing this so long, I was generally aware of the requirements from just a general, to know enough to go look at the code, right, to get the specifics. So under Chapter 345 of the Local Government Code, there's a provision that says the governing body of a municipality with a population of 2,000 or less, which is us, for a highway or part of a highway in a municipality that is a one-lane highway used for two-way access and that is not an officially designated or marked highway or road of the state highway system, may declare a lower speed limit of not less than 10 miles per hour if the governing body determines that the prima facie speed limit on the highway is unreasonable or unsafe.
Now, does that have, it says highway or part of a highway?
Right, but the section in its entirety refers only to, it's weird the way they use their language. Basically, they're talking about the streets and roads within our jurisdictional limits that are not part of an official highway system of the state.
Right. So we'll
Again,
change the name from.
Rollingwood Drive apply to that?
I believe so.
You're in a population of less,
Okay.
I asked
Well,
what our population was, it's 1,500, right, so.
I'm getting hung up on the highway.
Highway versus.
Well, we
Yeah,
just have to
everybody does.
change the name to Rollingwood Highway from Rollingwood Drive.
Feels like it does.
It sounds like law enforcement concurs with that.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I have a question about the data. I'm looking at the chart. It's got minimum speed, maximum speed for, I guess these are hour increments. So that's the slowest and the fastest
Yes,
car
that's-
measured in that
That's
hour.
correct.
So on maximum speed, this is an area that's got a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, right,
Yes.
already?
Yes.
And I'm seeing 33, 46, 39, 41, 40, 35, 37, and I'm not skipping any. So they're all pretty much, I guess, once an hour somebody is
Oh, yeah.
at least
Yeah,
at
they are.
least one person an hour is speeding, probably more.
That's correct.
How much are we ticketing out there?
Oh, as far as Rollingwood, our average, our citations, majority of our citations we write are in Rollingwood Drive and Bee Cave.
And how many are we writing?
I'd have to look the numbers, but
Any guesstimate?
as far as what,
like
weekly,
a week,
weekly,
a month, or
That's the other report.
yes, there should be a
Oh, there's
report of
another report?
citations on there.
okay. Well, what is does somebody find it?
Citations on Bee Caves for March were 72.
How about Rollingwood?
The park zone there were 5.
That's considered the park zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's considered the
So
park zone.
5 in a week.
Roughly. Well, actually, that's
Rollingwood.
monthly, that's monthly.
Monthly?
Yeah,
So
Monthly.
That's
5 in a
monthly.
month.
but
Oh.
that doesn't include the warnings as well. Because, I
Okay.
mean, I will tell you, a lot of residents,
Yeah,
speed through there.
44 warnings.
Yes. Mhm.
And,
But that's not just park, that's total warnings.
and what does this mean? Do you know where the data on the survey report shows percent 50 speed, percent 85 speed? Do you know what that means? I know it's a new system to y'all.
Yeah, it's new, but I think that, I don't think that's the speed. I think that's the actual percentage is 85%.
Of them are speeding?
Or below probably that number, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Below what number?
In the column, so like it,
Oh,
1,400 on
I see.
March
And
21st.
I'm actually working with Traffic Solutions to get a manual so we can read those stats better.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know
Well-
what percent flow it is.
I mean, just my first impression looking at the data, and I would love to understand the data better too, but if we're having at least one speeder an hour, and I mean, you're looking at on the maximum speeds per hour, there's no mean on that, but I would guess that the mean on that is close to 40 miles an hour.
That's
just
what I was
looking at-
thinking too, about 38, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so that is significant speeding, enough to where you would probably write a ticket in a
Oh,
park
yes.
zone.
Mhm.
Certainly more than 10 over. And that's 1 an hour, which if we, extrapolate that over a week, you're looking at maybe even just doing half the day, you're looking at 12 hours a day for 7 days a week. You're looking at, close to 100 or 80 plus speeders if you wrote 1 ticket an hour, and we're
Mhm.
writing 5 tickets. I don't know if we might want to sort of increase the enforcement of that.
I will tell you, when we do have officers out there running actual LiDAR radar, hardly anybody speeding.
Oh, really?
Because with our presence there.
So it occurred to me the other day as I was driving down Rollingwood Drive, and I saw a police car parked there, and of course I slowed down. So it occurred to me that, and then I looked over and I saw that we have police cars parked in our parking lot over here, and it occurred to me that maybe we should just keep police cars parked on Rollingwood Drive. If they're coming to the police station, they could park on Rollingwood Drive and leave the car there as a speeding deterrent instead of just parking in the parking lot over here. What do you
And
think?
we do deploy Unit 3 at times when we get residents calling they're speeding in different parts of the city. We do deploy Unit 3, our older unit, black and white. We set that up. You might see that
Well,
around.
you can't tell
around
us
the city.
that.
For the record, I drive Austin to New Braunfels a lot, and I can tell you that there is a black and white set up on the highway when you get just into the San Marcos city limits, and I can tell you that there is a black and white parked on the south end of San Marcos as you're leaving the city limits, and I can tell you there's never an officer in that car, and nobody slows down.
Same in
figured it
Johnson
out.
City. In
That's
Johnson
why
City,
you-
they
yeah,
have
they
the
have
same
one or
thing.
two of them around, and sometimes you have somebody in there.
Then we could get a couple mannequins.
Right,
and
you've got to
put
do
them-
that. You got to do that. You can't-
Okay, well, that's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, any more questions? or-
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
just the discussion around the car parking. It would be an interesting experiment to one day put the car next or in the vicinity of where you're recording this without, just park it there. See if there's a difference. Like what you're saying is your
Yes.
presence there, but maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to see.
We notice the difference with officer in the
Yeah,
unit,
okay,
definitely.
yeah.
Mhm. And as far as the research for the traffic study, we do have calls out to different entities in the area, and they're to help with that. So we'll start gathering that information.
Great. If
Wow.
you keep that on your list to bring back to us, and then
Sure.
we can. Go ahead.
Just
Thank you. Go ahead.
curious, back to Councilman Glitching's point, and I've made this quietly, and now I'm not being so quiet about it. Is there a reason why we're not getting really hard on enforcement? Like Rollingwood used to have a reputation like you did not speed through Rollingwood. And I just think our enforcement got kind of lax maybe during COVID because we didn't want to
Correct.
You know.
And that's everywhere.
And is there a reason why we can't get back to enforcing, and I've mentioned it to our police chief, but, you know, Timberline, Hatley, Rollingwood Drive is the most patrolled of our residential area, but I think there are other areas that are, you know, for lack of a better term, dangerous. And I'm particularly concerned about some of our kids now, particularly they've got the electric bikes and they can zip out 30, 40 miles an hour in front of you know. And I see a lot of the construction trucks that are hauling trailers just blasting through the neighborhood on different roads, not just Rollingwood Drive. So is there a reason why I just kind of feel like if we had officers out there solid for a week, the word would get out and it would stop?
And we've done that in the past, and it does stop temporarily,
Yeah.
and then it picks up again.
Sure.
So it's just a reoccurring thing. But I mean, we are doing our best to. The radar trailer's helping, and also, I mean, we could lower the. I think right now we allow 8 over, I believe. They start riding at 8, I believe. Yeah,
You're
you
just
didn't
telling
hear
us
that.
all your
Yeah, you can't
Well, I'm just
broadcast.
trying to, you know, so you understand. Now, we can start writing 2, 3 over, but then I guarantee you're gonna have residents in here complaining. But, you know, we don't wanna really be known as a speed trap either.
Right.
But, you know, we can start lowering our, you know, where we stop at, maybe
Well,
5.
I wouldn't go to 3, yeah.
No,
yeah,
but I mean,
exactly.
you know.
On Saturdays, you can.
On Saturday. But yes, I'll get back with the chief, and then we'll see if we can. I
Just
mean,
really concerned the kid's gonna get.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
That's where I am, and when you're forced to start pointing out dangers and
Yeah.
bikes and kids and things that I take for granted, because you don't know when a 16 or 17-year-old is driving through there without the experience maybe that you and I have. I mean, it for better or worse, it brings it home in a way you haven't really thought about. So that's.
And it does make us sound like old
codgers. Trust me.
However,
You are.
I do see a lot
Glachin's
of
like, he's-
distracted driving with
Yeah.
some of those that you just mentioned,
Yeah.
looking at their phone as they're going down the road, and that's a whole nother thing. You're right.
We could just run robots down in front of everybody at 20 miles an hour. All right, let's wrap this.
You have a question?
Yeah,
You have a question?
yeah.
Okay, good.
Let's
Yes.
come on
Thank
up,
you.
and then we'll move on. I didn't mean to get us off.
Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. Just a comment. In 2009 or 10, I think I was on the council, when there was a lot of outcry about the traffic on Rollingwood Drive being too fast. And so we did the same research where TxDOT doesn't have any control over what we do. The state says less than 2,000. Same research we did. And we lowered it to 25
Okay.
in the park zone. So I can tell you that that's when we
Did that.
9, 10, when I was on the council. So that's how I put it. And so the rest of it was left at 30.
Okay.
But now you have a ticker there on, you know, slow downs. What is that?
Right.
Towards the end of Rollingwood Drive there. Again, it's confusing.
Right.
So I don't have a problem, but I think the park zone should stay at 25.
Sure.
It took a lot of effort to
Sure.
get that done, and I think it's for the safety of, and it helps you too, you know, the people who live there. The other thing I want to say, if you all decided to allow the artificial, what is it called? The
Autonomous
whatever, robots, would they be subjected to the same traffic, what do you call it?
Yes.
Regulations? I'm just thinking about, we have golf carts, we have electric vehicles, we have scooters with kids on them. The multiplicity of the traffic on our roads. Thank you, you have extra work. But something to think about, how are we going to manage this? It concerns me greatly. I know they say that it'll go down slow, stop, blah, 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 all that. But we walk on these streets in the morning, in the afternoon. And it's scary sometimes the way traffic can come at you.
Yeah.
Again, I can relate to what
I'll
you're
say
saying also.
for the autonomous, not to get off on that topic, but downtown, sometimes I'm walking behind them wishing they would speed up. So I think, I think they're actually much slower than the speed limit, so.
But there is some rules that you can't be below the speed limit
Right.
also, right?
Right.
I mean, that's what the traffic says. Again, I just want y'all to make sure that you cover all the parameters when you allow any new vehicular traffic.
Sure.
I'm not saying I'm against this concept, but I just feel very concerned about, and I think our police should be very much involved in decision making on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Hello, Ms. Patillo. Oh, we got you with traffic study.
did.
Yeah.
I know, I wasn't going to say anything. Amy Patillo, 3 Rockaway Cove. So as I was sitting listening, Shanti, of course, has great history. I have history from another time on the council. So a couple comments I had. One is that while there was a statewide kind of decrease in traffic enforcement during the pandemic, starting from when I was first on the council back in 2013, and I was police liaison with then Chief Pryor, there was an effort by the police department at that time to move towards a more community policing oriented position and posture towards the community. And that included, at that time, moving away from that previous reputation that the Rollingwood Police Department had of being a speed trap. Because I grew up in Westlake. When I was in high school, it was the speed trap. I got a ticket on Rollingwood Drive for going 33, right? So, yes. So I do think that was a good move to move away from those really like 2 and 3 mile over tickets. But I think that I have seen it really decrease during the pandemic. And I think that part of re-increasing presence, I've seen some of that happening, but I would suggest that since a week ago, I got pulled over twice in less than 24 hours for having an expired registration sticker that has been expired for a good amount of time. I appreciate the Rollingwood police officers never pulling me over. But I was pulled over by Westlake Hills one evening on Bee Caves Road, and then the next morning by UTPD, and it is all replaced now, so I'm fine. But I would suggest that perhaps one of the things I'm seeing is that there is a increase in maybe the presence, and just a reminder that our roadways do need to be safe. People do need to have their vehicles checked. They do need to follow the speed limit. And at the Campo level, there's frequently discussion right now about how our safety rates as far as injury, like the level of injuries and the number of deaths that are happening on the roadways, are really going the wrong direction in Texas. And so I do think there is a regional discussion happening, at least at the Campo level, of really the need for all parties involved to participate in helping remind the public that we need to be safe when we're driving. And that includes following the speed limits and not distracted driving, not drunk driving, and keeping your car in good maintenance, which I was guilty of not having my registration updated. So I appreciated that. Anyway, I do appreciate the conversation. The other thing I'll say is I'm blanking now on how much money it was, but I thought that in my last term on the council, in that last budget session, we allocated money for a traffic study. And I'm just not sure that, because the council members who had worked on that didn't remain in office, I'm not sure that what happened with that. But the reason for that was, if once you start doing anything to the streets in Rollingwood, you'll find out it's like a game of whack-a-mole, because if you touch one thing on one street, then you'll hear from the neighbors on another street how it's going to impact them. And so we had looked at, and I believe we budgeted for a cohesive, updated traffic study. So you might just want to look back at that. The money may have already been reallocated, but
yeah, I remember that. I think it's now in our reserve fund, but yes, I'll, yeah.
I'm happy to.
It was before I sat here, but
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
we can look
Anyway, that's what I'm recalling, is that I think we were trying to budget to do exactly what you're talking about, and to reassess all of our roadways, especially in view of kind of the changes in uses of our roadways. And then, and it may be worth waiting to see kind of everything that's about to happen with the Zilker Vision Plan before you run the study, or it may be good to have numbers before so you can see the impact of it. There were a couple of different things that were being discussed about reasons why it would be really good to get kind of a holistic traffic study done of the city to have that data. So,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
but
that's good.
yeah, anyway, everyone should get their registration stickers updated.
All right, great. Any other comments? With that, council, unless you have an action that you'd like to take, we'll just plan to continue this discussion or not. If you would not like it on the agenda, feel free to let us know. Otherwise, we'll have PD do a little research and come back with more information for us. Okay. With that, we'll move on from agenda item number 14 on to agenda item number 15. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the FY 2022-2023 budget for storm debris haul-off and landscape remediation at the material storage lot on Edge Grove Drive. I'll start off, and then I'll let Ms. Wayman finish up. So, obviously, coming out of the winter storm issues that we had and all of that, we worked very hard. Public Works worked very hard. We were able to bring in some extra help to get all of our streets cleared and all of I think we ended up hauling over 140 or 50 full trailer load, dump trailer loads. We staged all of that out of necessity and convenience, but out of necessity stored that over, as you probably have noticed, on Edge Grove Drive as you come into Rolling Wood. We had to do that at the time just to be able to get everything cleared and picked up. And we had a huge pile of debris and limbs there. Our initial estimates to have all of that hauled at the time, I think we had one for $75,000, $60,000, in that general ballpark, which I sort of choked on at the time, and we chose to let the dust settle a little bit and let everyone calm down on that pricing, because my estimation at the time was I'm not going to call it price gouging, but it was certainly a supply and demand issue at the time. We did let this dust settle. We continued to try to get bids and talk to different entities that would haul all of that off for us. And we got an exceptional cost, or an exceptional price of around $10,000 to haul it all off. So exceptional, in fact, that I said, absolutely, let's go, let's do it. I don't know what happened. They got about halfway through and wandered off, and we never saw them again. And we actually tried to pay for a portion of what was done, because that's the right way to treat people, but they wouldn't return anyway, I don't know what happened. We're not sure what happened, but we got half of it hauled off for free is the bottom line. So you're welcome. But we still have half of it to get hauled off, and we have gotten some bids around somewhere between $20,000 and $25,000 to haul the rest of it off. Once that happens, we need to then we'll have some cleanup and some remediation to do, because we will have made a severe mess, and I don't think that's a good look for people coming in and out of Rolling Wood, especially this guy who comes in and out on that street. So we'd like to try to remediate some of that once we get it all cleaned up, and with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Wayman to let you know what we've got in store for you.
So we have prepared a proposed budget amendment in the amount of $22,000. The reason for storm debris cleanup, that's only $12,000, is we believe that we have $10,000 available in regular storm cleanup and right-of-way clearing that we can spend on that. So we would request an additional $12,000 to help pay for the remainder of that $22,000-ish bid to remove the rest of that, and then we're proposing a $10,000 amount for the landscape remediation. We currently show these coming basically from the general fund reserves. I believe we'll probably have some savings in some other items, but we feel it's a little early in the year to be kind of amending those items and taking money out, given that we still have 6 months left of operations.
So in my estimation, that's what the reserve fund is for times that we don't plan for and when we don't expect it, which I think the winter storm, although we've had 2 in a row, I think that does fit the bill. We do have some sort of contingency funds that we may look at putting a little bit more in the next budget cycle, but for this one, I think it's a reasonable price. It's far south of the $75,000 that we initially bid, and we'll also try to make it look nice. Maybe do some plantings and that sort of thing along that area when we get it all out of there too. And we'll use Public Works for as much of this as we can, but for the actual haul off, we're going to have a contractor come in and do it. So anyway, that's the pitch.
Did you consider a bonfire?
I did. I hate to admit that on the record, but and then I remembered that I'm the closest house to it, so probably not a good idea. Yeah. All right.
No, when you look at the price per house, it's pretty cheap. Like
It really is, and I'll say, this council, the city as a whole, Public Works in particular, I think got rave reviews on the response and the pickup, and all of ours was picked up and at least in one spot out of people's yards before any city around us. So I'm proud of our folks for doing that. So.
And just to add to that, just coincidentally, I was having a discussion with a neighbor about that exact thing today, and so the goodwill carries on. They were still very happy about the fact that we had gotten cleaned up quicker than any of the areas that they were around.
That was the goal, so I'm glad to hear it.
It was well done. So do we need a motion to
Yes,
amend the
sir.
budget?
Yes, we do.
So moved.
You have a motion to amend the budget as prescribed by item number 15. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 16, discussion and possible action on a recommendation from the Utility Commission regarding a cellular service and coverage survey. Mr. McDuffie.
Yes, the Utility Commission has been diligently working, and they've put together this proposal of doing the survey and getting it out on a variety of different formats, and they're looking for our approval. So,
Okay, thanks for that layout. Questions for Mr. McDuffie?
go.
In the survey, question number 14, I think there's something missing or something extra. Would you support the city investing in possible resources discovered? Somehow that doesn't read correctly. That's my only comment on this topic.
I'll also mention when we added in a few questions there in the middle, that should say if answered yes to question 13. I think what
Right.
they were trying to get at here was, if it's possible, we don't want people to think because we're doing this survey that we can immediately fix it, because there's
Right.
still a long road ahead. And so it was, if it's possible, would you like us to pursue these options? And then if so, would you be willing to invest in it? Because there's a chance that it's not going to be free. So
Yeah. I
that's
mean,
what we're trying to get at.
that is the gist of what they're going for, and as we heard today, that I think if we get better cellular service and people actually understand how to use Wi-Fi, that hopefully will aid in that effort.
Yes. Well, and there's one other concern here, and Charlie, you may be aware of this, but if if the notion is that the city can dedicate some property for a tower or something like that, there are, in certain instances with cellular service, obligations that the city takes on if they do that, and that's kind of an open access. If the city's gonna allow one carrier to use city property for their cellular service, then they're gonna have to let all carriers do that. There are some, I don't know exactly the parameters there, but it has to do with the 5G and the wireless nodes and all of that. And so
And
we
there's something
do
out there.
need to be cautious if we come up with a plan for using, dedicating some land for a tower or something like that. We need to have that researched.
There's some co-location laws out there.
Yes,
I'm
co-location,
not
yes.
intimately familiar with them, but they
Right.
do exist. Yes, ma'am.
And equal, we can't discriminate among
Carriers.
carriers.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
So if we make something available to one, we have to make it available to all.
That's correct, and, we have done, on the utility commission, very preliminary work, probably, looking at some of the proposals of some of the towers and things of that nature. At this time, with the current technology, I don't see anything happening in that regard anytime soon.
Well, I'll tell you that I own a cell tower on a development that I have out in Lubbock. It's right next to the North Loop and Slide Road. And I get about $7,000 a month in rent for that tower from various cell phone companies that have their equipment on it. And it was originally, it's just a lease income is what I get. And originally that it was just to AT&T, I think, but I don't even know because I got this tower when I bought the property. It was just part of the deal. And then they subbed out the tower to about 10 other different, carriers who all have their equipment on it and all pay some more, and we get a percentage of all of that. And the only reason I mention it and bring it up is because it might bring in some decent money if we stuck a cell tower up in somewhere. That's all.
Yeah.
It's the difference
Yeah.
between whether, if the city puts up the cell tower or the city leases to one entity, then you have some non-discrimination provision.
Sure.
As a private owner, you can do that. There are some additional considerations if you're a municipality, because carriers want the same deal.
Sure, and regulatory issues, I'm sure, are something that can, somebody can deal with. But my only point is that for me, it's a decent source of revenue, and that it's not just a matter of improving our cell service, but it might be something that we can make some money on. Just FYI.
It is, but, I'd love to meet with you further on this offline, but the only locations that we identified so far would need to be higher and more central, and that's basically our upper parkland area. And there, when I did the research, I think there was a proposal basically at the Milk and Cookies location to maybe put a tower at one point in time, but the bottom line is there wasn't an appetite from the community to do that, given the fact that it would be unsightly, and even with the ones that look like trees and that type of thing.
Well, I know there's some houses that we could put it on top of.
All-
You may be getting somewhere.
All great discussions,
Anyway.
all great points, none of which are on the
Maybe give
survey.
some-
So let's get back to the
Okay.
survey questions at hand.
So yes, I think you're correct that there's probably some language that needs to be cleaned up. But we know the gist of what they're going for is basically trying to find if self-service could be improved in some way, are you willing to put your money where your mouth is on that?
So do you want or need our approval for this survey? Is that what we're doing?
That's what the utility commission is looking for, is council's appetite for them to move forward with such a survey. And any
I move approval of the recommended service survey.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Robinson. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That, we'll move on to agenda item number 17. Discussion and possible action to provide flexibility to the Comprehensive Residential Code Review Committee regarding the dates and times of meetings. And this is Ms. Wayman.
So chair of the CRCRC, or RC3, which he has called it. If you put Rolling Wood at the beginning, it's actually, it has a better ring to it. I don't think he would mind me saying that he has said he's going to do this, but he wants to bring it to your attention. The document actually, the formation document of the CRCRC does actually allow for flexibility in those meeting dates. But currently it talks about meeting twice per month, coinciding with council meetings and planning and zoning commission meetings. And there's been a request by a member or two to have some in the evenings times as opposed to 4 p.m., which is kind of when we schedule them now to make sure they have time to get done before P&Z at 6 or council at 7. And so I think he was just looking for your blessing to be a little more flexible on the schedule.
So this is an item brought to you by a wise forefather, knowing that education is always best among the council. So if you're so inclined to give the chair that flexibility, I'd accept a motion on that item.
I move to give the chair of the CRCRC flexibility to meet at the date and time that the CRCRC decides is appropriate.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 18, update and discussion on Field 3, 4, and 5 rehabilitation. And Mr. Glasheen, you're recognized.
So that project is coming along. We had planned it for June. After baseball season, we've gotten some commitments for private donations. There's not much to report on that at this meeting, except that I think we'll have proposed contracts for next month. And the plan is to just put another gate in the fence into the fields 3, 4, and 5 to give some relief to the overuse that's occurring where the main gate is now. So we can alternate entrances and exits and give them some relief. Bring in some dirt, some sod or hydromulch, Bermuda grass, and then treat all the fields with a 1/4 inch of some composted mulch. And I think that's about it. Is that right?
The only other thing is there might be temporary fencing to take
allow
the traffic off of certain very hurting areas temporarily.
There might be about 5 or 10,000 square feet where we're going to re-grass it that will be maybe either temporarily fenced off or taped off for a couple of months while the grass gets established, like you've seen them do at Zilker when they restore grass. But there's nothing new to report on that. That's just that we expect next month to have our contracts for that work.
Yep.
That was all.
Sorry. Any questions for Mr. Glasheen? Okay. Thank you for all your work on this. I think it's going to serve the community well, and I really appreciate you. If you need anything from us on it, please let us know.
Okay, and of course, I've been working with Councilman Phil McDuffie on it. He's done quite a bit of work on it too, and continues to, and working with city staff. And we met Izzy again out there this week, and he gave us an hour of his time kicking dirt clods in the parking lot with us. So he's great to work with. The staff's, the whole maintenance department is great on these issues. So we appreciate getting to work with them.
Happy to do it. If no other questions or comment for or with Mr. Glasheen, we will move off agenda item number 18, move on to agenda item number 19. Updating discussion regarding RCDC interest for capital expenditures on park improvements, and recognize Mr. Glasheen.
So last council meeting, before the joint P and Z meeting, the last regular council meeting, I had brought up this issue of maybe reaching out to the Park Commission and to RCDC to see if there was much interest among those different commissions for making some capital expenditures using RCD funds for certain park improvements. And we specifically, I think council had directed us to focus on the parking lot as they exist now, and not losing any parking, looking at the trail and looking at drainage issues in the park. I am one of the liaisons to the Park Commission and spoke to them about the issue, and I think got a positive reception from the Park Commission on the idea. From RCDC, I think that, it's a new idea to them. They had to think about it and talk about it. RCDC has talked about, and I've been to a couple of their meetings as a liaison along with Councilman McDuffie. I've been to a couple of, maybe a few of their meetings, a few, and listened to kind of how they operate and what their thinking is in general. And I would just point out that, they've got about $400,000, as I understand it. They bring in about $100,000 a year, and just for everyone's refreshing their recollection and at least sharing my understanding of why our CDC exists, is that there's a certain amount of our sales tax that would flow to the state if we did not create one of these statutory development corporations. And so we did in order to capture that money, which is significant, about $100,000 a year. But then we're limited by law on what we can spend it on, and that includes economic development in Rollingwood, but that also specifically allows for capital improvements in the park. And for way of history, I think we've gotten a maintenance contribution from RCDC for the park in the past, and some narrow-minded lawyer told us we couldn't do that anymore. And so we stopped doing it. But I just wanted to share, and this is an issue that we brought up to RCDC and said, I will tell you that they've been struggling to find projects that they could fund that would actually stimulate economic development in Rollingwood. We have a very small retail corridor, and, I know there have just been some ideas thrown around, but the ideas are things like giving the owners of a shopping center some money to refresh their facades on their retail center, which, as a real estate developer myself, my attitude when I hear that sort of thing is, well, that's not going to stimulate any economic development. It's just not. It's just very limited on what an entity like RCDC can do with $400,000 to actually create business. Is like, they're going to go give Goodwill some money to go away and give P. Terry some money to move in and open up a burger joint there instead. It's just not going to happen. And so my philosophy is that whatever we can do to get any of that RCDC money and spend it on things that we actually want and need, or that will actually lead to useful outcomes, we should do that. And so I know we can spend money on capital improvements in the park. I know that we have terrible parking lots in the park, that if a business came to us and said they were going to build a parking lot like the ones we have at our park, we would say, no, you can't do that because they violate code. And I'm sure they don't meet any building standards or codes, and using the boulders for parking stanchions and such probably wouldn't be allowed. So I think RCDC's, this is a new idea to them. They didn't really, I think they're going to be thinking about it. I think we're going to be talking about it. I think that one thing that we might consider doing in order, one of the things I talked to RCDC about was about spending some money for some engineering work to look at the parking lots and drainage issues in the park so that we could come up with some biddable projects and we could get cost estimates and talk about how much we might spend on projects. And I think that is probably, I think that that we could advance the ball on that project a little bit better if we, as council said, let's talk to our engineering firm, K. Freeze, about the parking lots and about the drainage issues that we have in the park, and see if they would give us a proposal for services to study those issues and make recommendations. And then if we liked the cost of that proposal, we might fund that ourselves if it's not too much money, so that we actually have something concrete that we can take back to RCDC and say, hey, look, we have an engineering study. These are drainage projects we could do in the park. This is improvements we could do to the parking lots. Now we have something that we can do cost estimates on, and we can say it would cost $200,000, $300,000 to redo these parking lots, and then take that project to RCDC, basically consider paying for the engineering, proposal, a little bit of design work so that we can do cost estimates, and then take that to RCDC and say, hey, we've got a parking lot project, we got a number of drainage projects to do in the park that would fix some of the drainage problems in the park, and then see if we could get RCDC to fund it that way. So I don't have a proposal on the agenda for this meeting for us to get a proposal for engineering services, but I just wanted to bring it up as an item for everyone to think about, so that next meeting I might just come back to you with that kind of a proposal.
Okay, great. Thank you for that update. Questions for Mr. Glasheen? Thoughts, direction? Yes, ma'am. Hop up.
Shanti Jaykumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. Anytime the park comes up, be sure I'm going to say something. This is our precious community gift from all of that. Please don't change anything unless it's broken. Let's improve the walking trail. And I'm giving you this from my talk with people in the community. This is feedback to you. The walking trail definitely could use some upgrading. It's kind of beaten up in many areas. Do not change that rough parking area. We don't need to spiff up the park or make it look like more tarmac in the park. We want to leave it as it is. But try to fix the drainage, yes. But do not change anything that is working pretty well for us right now. You might want to survey the community before you do any drastic changes to the park. But first of all, start with the Park Commission, because they're the ones who work really, really hard on a monthly basis. There are 2 people at a time going around. I don't see anybody here from Park Commission. But anyway, I know for a fact how much work goes into on the ground. And I'm not saying that you haven't, but I would like you to go slow on trying to do anything drastic with the park. And it's really important to keep it low-key but functional and update the walking trail, because lots of people use it, including children, elderly, dogs, whatever. Okay? Just my input for right now.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I forgot to mention on the walking trail, as we've studied the walking trail was one of the issues that we had talked about going to RCDC and talking about them funding something. And as we have looked at the walking trail and spent some more time looking at it, I don't think that the fixes to the walking trail are going to be extremely expensive or difficult or complicated. I think there's a few places where some of the border stones have sunk a little bit, and I know some have been lifted up and reset in the past, and that may need to happen again. We might need some more of the decayed granite in the path, and there's a few places where there's some washouts that are small areas where we might put in a more stable material to prevent the washout. And as we go forward with looking at that walking trail and potential changes with that, we've been working with Izzy at the city and looking at that, and Phil and I have, and we'll as we get something more actionable on those items, we will. But I don't think they're going to be very significant. I don't think there's a lot of money or a lot of effort that's going to be required to maintain the parking trail, or even make small capital improvements to fix it. in areas where it needs attention. One area where it does need more attention than others is in the southeast corner, over near the in front of the Western Hill, or the what is it called? The
Field house?
the pool, the swimming pool.
Yeah.
So on that corner of what is that, Rollingwood and
Wallace, but we don't.
well, and that what I want to bring up about that is that I don't know the technicalities over who actually owns that, or whether there is any maintenance requirement for Western Hills to maintain that trail in that area. That's the area where it needs the most work, and I would like to figure that out, working with city staff, as to what the mutual obligations there are. Even if they own it, it's become Charlie could tell you a prescriptive easement probably.
So I see people are confused. So we're talking from along Rollingwood Drive and then going up Wallace. There's the walking trail in front of Western Hills with the ligustrums and all that. And that's the area that we're talking about. I'm unclear as to whether or not, I know it's zoned parkland, but whether or not that's Western Hills land and obligation to keep that, or
as far as the trail goes.
What land are you talking about?
We're talking about on Rollingwood Drive, just south of the Western Hills swimming pools, and they're not ligustrums, they're cherry laurels.
Oh, cherry laurels.
But there's a hedge there along Rollingwood Drive.
Oh, the hedge between the curb and the
Yeah,
fence.
and the trail's not terrible there, but as you go east across the parking lot in front of Western Hills and go around the corner and
At
start
Wallace.
turning north at Wallace, it's real bad
I know
along
that.
there. And I'd like to see that get fixed. Now, my question is who's responsible for fixing it, which we'll have to figure out. And it may not be entirely clear, but we'll do our best to figure it out. But that's what I'd forgotten to update on the trail. That's what we're looking at. As far as like the issue of changing anything in the park, we're not looking at changing anything. We're just talking about potentially improving the surface of the parking lot, or maybe dealing with drainage issues in connection with the parking lot, whether there can be improvements to the impervious or the pervious cover that would allow more drainage, because right now it's all impervious with asphalt, or whether maybe curbs can be used to assist in drainage features. There's a lot of washout between that parking lot and the swimming pool area. So you get up to the fence where there's a pool equipment, there's about a 6-foot drop. There's other washouts along that east side of the ball fields and around to the north sides of the ball fields. So there's a lot of issues there, but I think if we got some engineers to look at it and give us some ideas and proposals, that's the point. We would take those proposals back to the public and say, look, these are some suggestions from the engineers on what we do to maintain the parking lot, or make it up to code or standards, or to improve either permeability or drainage, and then see if the public supports those things. And then if the public supports it and RCDC supports it, then at that point we would let out for contract. But nothing would be done without a really robust public improvement or a public input process that would be part of this process. But we don't have anything to show the public or talk to them about. And so I'm talking about going to some engineers and getting some preliminary suggestions on, what we could do to address drainage and improve that parking area.
I have a question.
Ms. Brown?
Mr. Mayor, at one point, we had a grant. I think it was a posthumous bit of funds that were not a bit, a fairly good amount of funds that were to be contributed to the improving the sloped area between the upper and lower parts. What's happened on that?
We're still in communication. He's still interested in that. He's kind of waiting to see what develops around our facilities discussion, and
Okay.
if maybe there's some mutual tie-in things that could
That makes
happen there
sense. That makes
together.
sense.
Or maybe we could take some of our bond funds and do things that they both sort of dovetail into one another we're seeing if that could develop.
Okay.
But I think there's still a possibility there, for sure.
Well, and you know, if it's, if our goal is to use this accumulated RCDC funds to improve our public spaces, one other idea, or one other thing I think might tie in with economic development would be improving, I'm looking at pedestrian access. A bridge, there's lots of information out there on pedestrian bridges, and they're not that expensive. And if we could tie that, use this money, or start looking at a design for a pedestrian bridge at Edgegrove, that might also be a priority.
I'm glad you.
And so, what I'm concerned about is, it looks like you've identified some projects. I would like to take a month or so and say, is this our highest priority? Is there anything else? And if, you know, I'd like to take a little wider lens and then figure out what we do.
I think that's a great idea, and it reminded me that one of the gentlemen on RCDC actually brought up the idea of a sidewalk down Edgegrove, which we don't have,
Right.
which, you know, I kind of discouraged him at the time because I was like, we're trying to just keep this focused, but I think that it's a better approach that you're suggesting to take a broader look at what we might want to do and where we could spend our CDC money, because even if we come up with more things than the money we have, I think it's a good idea to have a vision in the future what we might do, rather than have them over there scratching their heads wondering how they're going to get, you know, P. Terry's to come into the Goodwill space, you know. I think that's a good idea, and I think that sidewalk is one of them that I forgot to mention, but I would like to have a discussion maybe at next council meeting about sort of brainstorming of different things. And I mentioned it to Izzy at Parks too, because, you know, I told him, is like, if you guys need, for example, a big new lawnmower, that's a capital improvement. Maybe that's the sort of thing we could go to RCDC and ask them to buy. So for everyone to be thinking about RCDC money in terms of that, of capital improvements, economic development, things we might want to have. One thing Mr. McDuffie had mentioned to me before is maybe even using some of the money for the drainage problems we have at Edgegrove, because that's the gateway to our commercial center, and it gets closed for flooding frequently, and it's a big expensive project, and if we used money, our CDC money for that, that might be okay too. And I realize that we're gonna have to jump through some legal hoops about, you know, whether certain expenditures would be allowed or not allowed. But, you know, I think we should think broadly and then see if we can fit them through the hoops.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Great. So everybody put your thinking caps on. Be ready to bring those ideas back. We'll leave it to you, Mr. Glasheen, to post whatever item you'd like on this topic next time, and then we can give it a little bit more, maybe some detailed ideas, or if you bring them back, that'd be great.
And I'll follow up with RCDC too and encourage them to do the same thing.
Okay.
And I'm gonna send you the stuff I'm collecting on pedestrian bridges. With your building background, you could get through it a lot more quickly than I can.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we'll move off of agenda item number 19, move on to agenda item number 20, update and discussion regarding the addition of building height survey requirements to the city's code of ordinances. This was an item to be brought back before council as an update for this evening, and I'll let Ashley open up for us.
Yes, at last month's meeting, we were requested to bring back a draft ordinance that would require a height survey at the framing for buildings that are proposed to be within 5 feet of the maximum height, and that the survey would be run through the city. Just wanted to bring an update to let you all know that we are still working on it. We've encountered more things to research and more opinions to take into consider as we've been working through the piece about having it run through the city's grip before we order that survey for the builder. And so I just wanted to let you guys know that it was on the way and bring up some of those kind of concerns.
Any questions on that or thoughts?
Are you still thinking you can bring it back next month?
We hope to.
Yeah, I would think so. We had some, I'm not going to call it pushback. ATS, though, has some, they've never seen it done quite like this by the city actually being the one to order it. And so there's some possible liability exposure that we're kind of trying to work through if we're the ones actually ordering it. And then concerns about us being the ones to delay projects and that sort of thing. So we're trying to figure out what that process might look like and how it could be reflected in an ordinance. So we're trying to work through some of those nuances of what that might look like.
And how is any discussion of our modification of how we measure height?
Actually, that's a good point. And the process would probably end up looking the same in any scenario related to that decision, but that is sort of hanging out there. So it also sort of puts a pin in finalizing it just in case there's something unforeseen that happens in it. So.
Right.
Okay, so we will keep that. Please do, staff. Let's keep that on the list to bring back. Moving off agenda item number 20 and on to item number 21, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the city's code of ordinances, section 107-399, 107-518, 107-520 related to public hearing notice, and I recognize Ms. Wayman to walk us through this.
So this item was also at the direction of council last month to bring back an ordinance amending our public hearing noticing process for zoning changes, as well as special use permit process, because the SUP process is a function of zoning. Previously, we had discussed kind of some minimal amendments to that noticing to make it a little easier to follow, remove some of those noticing requirements that we aren't necessarily using anymore. So the draft before you does include, we did remove the newspaper notice requirement before Planning and Zoning Commission. So it used to be before P&Z and City Council. When you notice separately, that becomes costly. And so we did, following state law, we now propose that to just be before the City Council meeting, public hearing. And then we also reduced the number of days for written notice for both the City Council and the P&Z from 30 days to 20 days. What this mainly does is allow P&Z 1 month to decide that they would like to notice for a public hearing, and if it's a 20-day notice, that gives us time to turn it around for their next meeting. We would still have to notice again for the City Council public hearing, but that one would also be reduced to 20 days. That's really the main gist. The SUP section had to be moved around a little bit more to make it consistent with our regular zoning change section, but they are consistent in the way we are noticing those now as proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Wayman. Thank you. Questions for Ms. Wayman on this item?
I have
Ms.
some
Brown?
questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Frankly, I am not prepared to move forward on this evening. But the main concern is, we are removing the mailed notice for, the hearings before the City Council. No?
We are not. It may appear that way in the special use permit section, and I think that used to just kind of have its own set of noticing requirements, and so it detailed some different noticing, and we've just revised it to follow the noticing provisions for zoning change. So it appears that way for strike-throughs. Let me find the section. So I guess line number 153, hearing before the city council is where we've added in those written noticing requirements to be consistent with what we require for public hearings for zoning changes.
Well, I was actually thinking it is in the 107518.
Okay.
So the mailed notice before P and Z, is that removed?
There should be mailed notice before both. Line number 207.
Okay, that's at the top of. And then, I just had a very hard time figuring out what was changing here,
Sure.
other than 20 days to 30 days to 20 days. And then on 107518, and I realize this is in the current language as well, but on page 21 at line 92, the commission's to hold a public hearing on all proposed changes in zoning regulations and boundaries. But then the notice itself, the next page, line 212, notice is being given with regard to changes in zoning classification. And so what's the difference between zoning regulations, zoning boundaries, and zoning classifications?
I used to know the answer to that question until the Texas court system got a hold of those, and so now I'm not 100% sure. So boundary changes is where, you know, you're changing a zoning boundary from one lot to another lot. Classification changes and regulatory changes I thought were different, but there's been a recent interpretation by the courts where they mean the exact same thing.
Well, I think we need to relook at 107518 because it uses different terms with regard to what the hearing is and what the notice is.
I'm sorry, which section, ma'am?
107518.
Starts at
Page 5.
190.
So round.
Page, it's 21 of the,
No,
Item PDF format.
I pulled it up, it's line 190. So are you, what particular section, the
well,
new
see,
section?
A says on line 192.
Yes, ma'am.
The commission will hold a public hearing on all proposed changes on zoning regulations or boundaries. But then when we get to the notice for those hearings, it's in the case, which is the next page, line 212, in the case of a proposed change in zoning classification, zoning classification is used. So my question is, have
Sure.
we used the proper terms to tie the notice to the kind of hearing we're having here?
Under state law, we have, so A, which we did not change, it was previously there.
No,
Is
but
not-
we removed B, which was the notice for A, and we moved, we added it in B2.
Yes, let me just finish, and then in A, we used the word boundaries. That language was already there, we didn't revise it. That language is not used in the code, in the state statute. So perhaps that should have been changed as well to be consistent with the statute. But in B2, which is underlying language that has been added, the term zoning classification is right out of state law.
I know, but we're holding a hearing on regulations or boundaries, and we're given notice for classifications.
And that's my point, is that we probably should have changed line 193 where it says boundaries to classifications to be consistent with the state law. Because boundaries and classifications, in my mind, are exactly the same thing.
So
Under
what
state
kind
law,
of notice-
classification is a zoning classification where you're changing zoning boundaries. And for whatever reason in the past, whoever wrote this before decided to use boundaries instead of classifications. But you are correct. We should be consistent
I
with our
think we-
language.
And then we don't have a notice for changes in zoning regulations.
And, okay. Well,
I
it's not
think we need to relook
required, but
at
we
this
can do
one
it.
of,
It's not required under state law, but we can do it.
what is a zoning regulation versus a change in zoning?
So if
classification?
if somebody comes to you and says, I'm just making up zoning designations. If someone comes to you and says, I would like to change my zoning from R1 to C1, that's a change in zoning classification. However, if the city makes a change, say we've got a C1 classification, say we've got a residential classification, and it says that side yard setbacks are required to be 10 foot, and we change that to 5 foot, that's a zoning regulation.
So I think we need a notice for
Happy to do
changes
it.
in zoning regulations.
Happy to do it, whatever y'all would
Okay.
like.
Well, and then the other question I have, and this goes back to the special use permit. That's kind of like a variance, or kind of like a special, exception.
Yeah.
In those provisions of our code, for special exceptions that affect a park or variances that affect the park, we give notice to everyone. Under this special use provision, we would not be giving notice except to the people within 250 feet of the park. And so I think we ought to consider whether or not it's appropriate
Someone take
to
notes.
treat that the same as the notice we give for other kinds of changes to zoning in the park. And those would be the two things I am concerned about, and so I would ask that we bring this back.
And can I just get some clarification? We do have a notice requirement for a change in regulation. It's not less than 16 days prior to city council public hearing. Notice of the date, time, and location thereof will be published in the official newspaper of the city and newspaper of general circulation. That's the notice requirement for a change in zoning regulation.
Where are you reading from?
Line 207B, notice requirements, and then that begins on 12091. That's the notice requirement for the change in zoning regulations. I do think we need to deal with the boundaries issue separately, but that's the
Okay.
requirement.
So
Are you
then-
asking for a written notice for a change in regulations?
So then B1, for a change in zoning reg, would only require publication in the newspaper and
Yeah.
not mailed to notice?
Not mail, and that's why I'm making sure that, I want to make sure I have some
Okay,
clarification.
and I think we need to rethink that.
Okay.
I don't think we intended to remove the mailed notice for changes in zoning regulation.
We're happy to address it however you like, just need some direction.
Then one last question. Line 255, why do we strike B?
That was because we're wanting to let them know that the noticing is the same as required before, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and because it already clarifies that item 1 applies to the city council public hearing, oh gosh, I got all turned around now. That entire section, and I don't know if that's supposed to be consistent with the special use permit
Well-
section.
And when I read through this, I said, does this remove the mailed notice for the commission? which we talked about for hearing in front of the P and Z. Oh, after receiving. Does this remove the mailed notice? We talked about that, but we talked about it not removing the mailed notice unless we had some kind of
Right.
electronic notice.
The intention was not to remove any mailed notice, only lower it to 20 days.
I would like to ask that this be brought back at the next, council meeting.
Is that a motion?
I guess if we have,
Copy.
yeah,
I don't know if it has to be
I would like for, those questions to be addressed and at the next council meeting and a recommendation brought back for consideration.
Okay.
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Robinson. There's further discussion, and so my further discussion is I want to make sure that we have the right to-do list. So I got the first one, which is on line 193. We're going to strike the word boundaries and add the word classifications.
Well, we'll look at it, make sure it's consistent with state law.
Okay. And then what was 2 and 3?
The two was make sure that we continue the mailed notice for changes in zoning regulations at the city council level.
Okay, and 3?
Relook at the lines 249 to 255 and let us know what that does.
And what is your hope that it does?
My concern is that this removes the mailed notice for hearings before the council.
Got it. Good? Good, good.
You have notes? Yes. Then I'm good if you have notes.
We have notes and we got recorded.
Did we intend to remove mailed notice for council? No. And then as far as like changing to keep mailed notice for changes to zoning regulation at city council level, wouldn't that be done at a city council meeting, which already is gonna have a mailed notice?
This is the public hearing that's required for
Oh,
those changes.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I
you
mean,
clarifying.
I think the intention of striking out, notice we didn't strike out 107-518 in its entirety. The only thing we did was strike out B. So instead of specifically referencing B, we're referencing the whole section. So I don't think it had any impact, but we will come back and double check that.
Okay. That's the way I read it too, although I think it could have stayed because I don't see any other notice requirement
The
in.
notice is in B.
Right.
That's, yeah.
it's-
Yeah, I mean, but I wanted to make clear that it just took out the specific reference. It didn't strike reference to the section, which addresses it.
Okay, I think we have clarity. Any other further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Move on to agenda item number 22, discussion and possible action to amend Rollingwood Ordinance Section 2-56 regarding applications of Robert's Rules of Order and council meetings, and recognize Ms. Brown.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, this is a proposed amendment to section 2-56 regarding meetings, the use of Robert's Rules of Orders in meetings of the city council. Currently, the ordinance says that all meetings of the code says that all meetings of the city council should be conducted in accordance with the provisions of the latest edition of Robert's Rules of Order. That's not what we do, and it conflicts with other provisions in the code, and so I would suggest that we amend it by saying that Robert's Rules of Order would apply when any question of order or procedure not covered by Article 2, Division 2 of this code regarding council meetings, and there's several different sections of the code that address that, when a question is not answered by the other code provisions, that meetings be conducted in accordance with the latest edition of Robert's Rules of Order insofar as it may be applicable, which is the procedure that is used, that language is in the procedure used for utility commission meetings. So it gives us flexibility in the application of Robert's Rules of Order to be applied only when another rule doesn't address the topic.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Brown. Questions for Ms. Brown? And I'm good. I'm good with however y'all, flexibility and not having to, adherence to the code is what I seek, and I think this gives flexibility, so I'm good.
And it's a bit of an FYI with the attachment that shows what else the code addresses in terms of conduct of meetings, so.
Great.
I move adoption of proposed ordinance 2023-04-19-22.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. Robinson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right. Move on to agenda item number 23, update, discussion, and possible action to pass a resolution, request a meeting with, to provide information or statement of position of the city to, and/or to request information or analysis from relevant state and local officials in connection with the proposed South Mopac expansion. We've got a little bit, I don't think we're gonna have action required this evening, but we do have a bit of an update. I think, council, you received an update from Ms. Wayman, and I'll let her walk through that with you. I think we've made some calls, and with that, I'll recognize Ms. Wayman.
So at the last board meeting, they discussed potentially taking the current updates or the current discussion regarding the difference between the environmental assessment that the CTRMA is currently working on for this Mopac South project, and possibly there's question about whether they should be switching to a different kind of study. Long story short, they are going to go for a work session with the Commissioners Court, and we are just kind of currently waiting for them to schedule that. We did reach out to the Commissioners Court. They don't have anything on the books yet, and so we'll be monitoring their agendas for that work session. We do think a lot of our questions, like our lingering questions, should be answered with that work session, and then we'll have a little better idea of how they're planning on moving forward, either with an environmental assessment or an environmental impact statement. It's really all the update we have at this time.
Yeah, our goal is to monitor, I think, I'm hoping to get the type of clarity that we seek. I'm hoping to get some of that clarity from the work session that we believe is going to happen with the County Commissioners Court. Might save us some time and heartache, and then we may have a little bit more information with how we should proceed, have more information on how to update our task force. We've been trying to keep the task force updated via email as well. And then when we have a little bit more of that clarity, I do plan to invite Mr. Bass from CTRMA to come in, or his staff to come in and have more of a discussion with the task force. Certainly happy to include council in that as you would like. I'd like to give a shout out and a thank you to Ms. Patillo for always keeping up with these items and whispering in our ear when things are coming up. She's our standing notices go out, and you can always count on Amy to be reading those, so I appreciate that and keeping us up to date. So that's the update. And Ms. Wayman, you are in contact with the County Commissioners Court, and are they going to reach out to you when you have more? They have more information?
Yes, they will let me know when they plan on scheduling the work session.
Okay. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Hearing none, we'll move off of agenda item number. One thing too. This has been recommended as a standing agenda item. That's an issue. I think we'll treat it somewhat as a standing agenda item, but we won't call it that necessarily. Mr. Zek and I have had lots of discussions about standing agenda items, over time, it's sort of a boy who cried wolf situation that occurs. So you want to make sure that your notices are noticing the public, and the public has a reasonable expectation that something substantive is going to be discussed or happen on that agenda item. And so I want to keep it on our radar, but I think it's, from a procedural standpoint, a better idea for us to put those on the agenda and then actively place those on future agendas as we go, as opposed to just doing a blanket that people start ignoring over time. So we'll certainly, in this time when we're trying to get some clarity, we will treat it as somewhat of a standing agenda item. I'm saying on the record that we need to bring this back next month, but we'll do that sort of on a continuing basis so that people know that it's an active issue that we're considering, not just something that's there in a holding pattern. Okay. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 24, discussion and possible action on release and settlement agreements for the properties located at 304 Vale Street and 400 Farley Trail. And I'll recognize Mr. Zach to walk us through this item.
I believe council received two proposed settlement agreements. One of those the shorter of those two settlement agreements, the one proposed by Councilmember Gleason, I received some input from Councilmember Brown that did not change it, I don't think substantively, but added some clarity to it. And so we've got a proposed, and I'm happy to go into closed session if you have legal questions, but the proposal is that that you would approve that settlement agreement. I drafted resolutions because I noticed that you wanted it to be done by approved by resolution. So I drafted a resolution today to ensure that a resolution is adopted for each, and we can provide those for you so you know what you're adopting to resolve the issues that was at the last council that we discussed at the last council meeting. And I turn it over to whoever else would like to ask questions.
Are you moving to approve your draft?
I'm not moving to approve anything. I'm suggesting that y'all approve the shorter of the two, the one that was presented by Mr. Glasheen, but with your amendments, which they haven't seen, but I propose are clarifying amendments. Happy to go into closed session, pass it out.
And those amendments that you proposed to the draft that I'd prepared are acceptable to me, and they're fine.
Yeah, and I've already, and I apologize.
I've seen those.
I did run them by Mr. Glasheen, and he was okay with them.
Okay, I don't know whether anyone else, the other council members seen those?
They saw yours and Mr. Glasheen's. They just didn't see your revisions to them. And that's why I said I find them to be clarifying, but they don't substantively change the agreement.
And I didn't think they really changed anything. It was just, as drafting.
Yes.
You know,
Three lawyers, five different drafts.
But
well, as I understand this, and if we need to go into executive session, you tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
But what we are approving is a form of settlement, and the actual settlement would be brought back to us should the other parties accept the proposed settlement. It would be brought back to us for approval.
No, ma'am. The resolution I drafted would approve the
I
settlement.
haven't seen the.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, I recognize that, and we can pass it out so that you can see it. But essentially, the resolution says that the city council approves the settlement agreement and authorizes the mayor to execute it. So, of course, if the other parties make changes to it, we would bring it back. But if they don't make changes to it, it's an approved and authorized settlement agreement.
Then I think we need to go into executive. I would move that we so authorize the mayor to enter into that agreement with respect to the Rollison property. And I would like to go into executive session to discuss to discuss with you the basis on which we might enter into such an agreement for the, Farley property.
I'm gonna recognize the motion, and then you guys can, so you have a motion. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. Robinson. Discussion?
May I?
In the interest of those present who are interested in this issue,
Go ahead.
maybe the better way to do this would be to approve the mayor to enter into the agreement with respect to the Rollison property. And take that up and deal with it, and then, address going into executive session with respect to the Farley property.
With that, and I'm sorry,
And I should have thought of that through a little better.
I'll have you withdraw your motion, and then you can remake your motion to your liking.
Great.
But before we do all of that, let me make sure. So there are two draft agreements that are posted in the packet.
No.
Those are just resolution. Okay, so that's so that's not the final.
We don't, none of us have seen a resolution.
Okay,
so-
all right. I just wanted to clarify that for the record. All right, I will recognize you now for your motion, Ms. Brown.
Sorry. Sorry, as if you refresh the page, it's on there now.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe we'll have a chance to read it.
I'll re-recognize you for a new motion.
I haven't had a chance to read what's here with respect to a resolution.
Well, no one's moved for adoption of that resolution, and so I'm not sure that it's on the table even.
And for the record, it doesn't have to be approved by resolution. It's just that Councilmember Brown submitted changes that included that it would be adopted by resolution. So I saw that, and in deference to Councilmember Brown, I drafted a resolution. Unfortunately, I didn't get to it for a couple days after she sent it, and I didn't realize that she had changed it to a resolution. And so today, I drafted resolutions to comply with what the changes that she made. And the resolutions, we'll pass them out, you can read them. They're very straightforward. It's just, it just authorizes the mayor to execute the agreement.
And to be clear, it's the way it's posted, you can go
Either way.
either way. So I just wanted clarity for the record and anyone watching.
And we can make any resolution to pass this. It doesn't have to be the drafted resolution. It doesn't have to be a written resolution.
Right.
And I would suggest that if, rather than make a motion to approve one and then go into executive session, that we make those two motions. And the first one to approve the Rollison resolution authorizing the city to settle the Rollison matter, and then a separate motion to take up this question of whether we need to go into executive session on the Shapiro property, because I don't personally see any point in going into executive session. I think we've already beat this horse to death, and that we need to just get this done. It's just my personal opinion. So if we could make it as two, I understand you want to go into executive session, but I would just make those two motions.
Yeah.
And I can't agree to the way
Okay.
the resolution is worded.
I'd already recognized Ms. Brown to make her motion, so I'm gonna finish recognizing Ms. Brown on whatever motion she wants to make. We'll dispose of that motion, and then we'll move on. Do you want to make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, you're thinking.
Well, I move that we approve, that we authorize the mayor to negotiate a settlement, release and settlement agreement in the form, we don't have that before us.
What? You,
You
that's
could-
because I'm not gonna put an attorney-client privilege document in the packet.
So we should be having this in
We could do that.
executive session.
That's fine.
and then we can distribute the resolution, the settlement, the form of release and settlement agreement that we're talking about, and then we can come out and adopt it if that's what we're gonna do. So,
Sure.
And I was trying to avoid that by sending out both of them to all of council last week, which all of council, I assume, read, and which is why I said there have been no substantive changes to what you presented.
I haven't seen that document.
You
Since
drafted the changes.
Since I sent my letter to, here's what I don't have.
Okay.
I don't have something that you sent to all the members of the council saying, this is the, I have what I sent to you, I don't have what you're saying you sent to everyone else. Sent to all of us.
I just saw one message from Ashley. That's what I got.
Yeah, and
Okay, let me help if I can. I'm going to take us into executive. We can have a big kumbaya powwow or whatever we decide to do there, and then we'll come back out and make a decision.
do we have the form of resolution, the form of settlement, release and settlement agreement?
That's,
Yes, we do.
I
Do
believe,
we have printed copies of it?
Yes.
that's why we're gonna go into executive
Yes, we
and
do.
print that out.
Okay.
Pass-
Printed them out.
Pass it out.
I'm about to hit print.
Oh,
Oh.
well, I sent them all, said they needed to be ready for tonight, so.
Okay, with that, council will, move into executive session at 11:02 PM.
Good Lord.
Consultation with
Attorney.
attorney. council will, is out of executive session and will reconvene into regular session at 11:40 PM. No decisions were made in executive session. And we are back on agenda item number 24. And I will accept a motion on the release and settlement agreement before you.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we accept the release and settlement agreement with respect to the 304 Bell property.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Councilwoman Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Is there any further discussion on this release and settlement agreement issue?
And to be clear, the motion is that we're authorizing the mayor to enter into a settlement with the Robersons in the form that is been offered. Is that right? Just to-
In the form we're approved, that we've
Okay.
approved.
I
Okay.
don't think you have to worry about me altering the form.
That's not what I meant. It was just that the motion had to do with approving
I like your.
the settlement agreement, but there is no
I'm slow,
settlement.
but I'm not that slow.
But there is no settlement agreement. The motion was to approve a settlement agreement. There is no settlement agreement. There's just a form. And so that's why I was trying to clarify it, that what we're doing is
This-
authorizing you to go enter into a settlement agreement in this form.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, further discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I will accept a motion on the remaining release and settlement agreement.
So I make a motion that we authorize the mayor to enter into the other settlement agreement for the Farley Trail property in the form that has been brought forward to the council.
You have a motion, council, by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second? Is there a second? Hearing no second at this time. Hearing no motion, hearing no second at this time, the motion at this time fails. And are there further motions on this agenda item?
I would just move that we bring this agenda item back next council meeting when Councilwoman Hudson is available.
You have a motion before you by Councilwoman Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. Robinson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 3 ayes and 1 nay, motion carries. Okay, with that, council, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
That's what I needed. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. There being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries.